Good afternoon and welcome to the Orange County School Board's work session, which has been scheduled today, Thursday, February 13th, 2025, for the purpose of discussing KCE ethics and lobbying policy, advanced studies, and BEDH public input at school board meetings. The public will not have an opportunity to participate in this work session to provide public comment because this is not a regularly scheduled school board meeting. No action will be taken, and there will be no open comment period in which the public normally addresses the school board on relevant topics that are related to the work of the board. Thank you so much for being here this afternoon with us. I'm going to do a quick roll call. I believe we have Chair Jacobs on the line with us. Chair Jacobs?
I am here, thank you.
Good. We have Member Salamanca that is also, I believe, calling in. Okay. Okay, so she's coming on her way. She'll be here soon. Member Ferrant.
Good afternoon.
Member Douglas. Member Vanos.
Here.
Member Gallo.
Good afternoon.
Member Felder.
Good afternoon.
And I am Vice Chair Byrd, standing in for the chair today. As a reminder, board members will not be engaging in outside electronic or digital communications during the meeting so that we can focus on the matters immediately before us. To my fellow board members and district staff, when speaking, please make sure that your microphone is turned on and speak directly into it so that our YouTube and Orange TV viewers can hear you clearly. Again, thank you so much for participating in or attending today's meeting. We're going to start with a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. And now for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, before I turn it over, I just want to hand over the trophy that I finally brought for our winner over here of our reading competition. This is the Read Around the City Reading Champion Trophy from Reimagine Communities that we use for our reading competition. So we are going to use it for our current Let's Read OCPS competition, and Member Douglas is the current winner, so she gets to hold on to it.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
And thank you, Member Byrd, for this great idea that you had.
I'm sure you like it because you're the big winner. No, thank you. I appreciate it. All right. So I am going to turn it over to Dr. Vasquez right now so that we can work on policy KCE, ethics, and lobbying.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. The board is addressing the policy KCE. It was originally scheduled for discussion Tuesday, but time did not permit, and so we will be looking at revisions to the policy. We've had several board members that have asked us to revisit some of the language. We have Mr. Palmerini, our general counsel, as well as Vivian Kokotis, who will be going through the policy and engaging in conversation about what's currently in there and any suggested revisions. Mr. Palmerini?
Thank you, Madam Superintendent, members of the board. Can you hear me? Okay. So we had this policy back before you in a work session on September 19th last year, and it was on a discrete issue. So I think what I want to do is just go over the discrete issue first and then go over into the more general overview as to what the policy was. If the discrete issue we had was product testimonials, and you all have been given copies of the red line. You should be in the red line. And before I start,
let me tell you, you have a copy of the red line and a copy of the clean version. When we go into the more broad overview, you're going to want to pull up the clean version. My staff is in the middle of doing a renumbering project on some of these policies, clarifying them, making them look better in outline form. So the red line is a revised, version that has different numbering and lettering. My chart that I gave you on the differences between state law and the ethics policy is the old clean version of the policy. So right now, just look at the red line, but then when we go into the more broad overview, I'll have you switch to the clean version. Product testimonials. We discussed this in depth at our September 19th work session. There was a couple minor changes coming out of it, but to remind you all of the issue, and for members Douglas and Banos who are new to the board, what the issue actually was, is there was a discussion about folks who are vendors of ours, but who also provide us complimentary goods and services, and they're registered as a 501c3 under the Internal Revenue Code charitable organization. There was an issue with respect to testimonial videos, and we wanted to put parameters in place as to in what circumstances a testimonial video could normally be done. And under the version of the policy as it exists today, absent the, unless it's in a contract, unless we put in a contract with a vendor that you can do a testimonial, our employees can't do testimonials for our vendors absent the consent of the ethics compliance officer. So that is the current version. Here's the proposed change. You'll see in paragraph 1, the testimonial of an OCPS employee for a vendor can't be done without the written consent of the ethics compliance officer. Vivian Kokotis, who's sitting next to me, is our associate general counsel, but she's also the ethics compliance officer. The board designated her as that when she got here in 2017. In practice, this policy had this, Ms. Kokotis or the superintendent approving of these testimonial videos. So what we did is we added the superintendent in here as one of the as a person who can also authorize a testimonial. This policy changes just to conform with the practice. And then we also said the restriction includes testimonials in any form, including written, oral, electronic, and in any forum, including but not limited to websites or emails. So testimonial videos we've had in the past go up on internet sites, and we wanted to ensure that those videos going up on internet sites have the approval of either the ethics compliance officer or the superintendent, as the case may be. We also added a new paragraph 3 with respect to those 501c3 organizations. And what it now says is an OCPS employee may provide a testimonial for any vendor who is a charitable foundation organized under Section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code, which provides the district complimentary goods or services. The following criteria will be utilized for such testimonials. First, it says an OCPS staff member's decision to participate in and provide a testimonial is entirely voluntary. And then after the comma, this is new language from September 19th, and shall be based upon the employee's personal experience. We wanted to avoid the situation where an employee is relaying the experience that he or she did not actually have in a testimonial video. We wanted to make sure the employee was the one who had that experience. 2, OCPS will not be identified by name in any testimonial. No filming will take place on OCPS property. No individual OCPS school will be identified by name or likeness. No use of OCPS district logos or individual school logos. Staff members who provide testimonials will be identified by first name, position, and type of school. So instead of saying it's John Palmerini, school counselor, Apopka High School, it would actually say, as the example, Susan, interventionist, elementary school. So you would not be able to identify that Susan is working for an OCPS school as part of the testimonial. Let me try that again in English. No quantitative data will be included in any testimonial unless the data is approved by the district's research, management, and strategy. Give me a second. That's my sign. I've been talking entirely too much this week. The vendor shall submit all testimonials secured from an OCPS staff member to the superintendent or designee. The designee would be Ms. Kokotis, for review prior to use or publication in any form. Such review shall be limited to ensuring compliance with the requirements listed above. And then the last bullet here is new. The vendor shall include in their video that the views expressed by the teacher or employees in the video are those of the individual teacher or employee and not necessarily reflective of the views of their employer. So these were two minor additions from last time. But and we went through and re-reviewed the board's discussion on this, and we made those changes in conformance with the board's direction. But we are happy to open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Palmerini. Angie Gallo. Sorry, Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of things. So didn't we approve, isn't part of this already approved? I know that we made the recommendations. Did it not go through the full process to get approved and put in policy?
So there were some changes that needed to come back. We did not actually bring it all the way through the process.
Okay.
Because part of the direction that we received the last time was, hey, we wanted to have a wider discussion about the policy, so
Yeah.
we wanted to see the side-by-side.
Sure. Okay. So in number 2, an OCPS employee who provides a testimony to a vendor without the written consent of the ethics compliance officer is subject to disciplinary action. I would ask that we put in ethics compliant officer or the superintendent
Yes.
to match with the verbiage that we have in 1.
Yes, ma'am.
And then if we're going to be consistent, down at bullet number 8, it says the vendor shall submit all testimonials secured from OCPS staff to the superintendent or designee. So if we're adding designee there, I would request that in number 1, we put the superintendent or designee, and also add it to number 2. Just to be consistent throughout product testimonials.
So I understand the consistency. I'm just thinking through this as I'm
Sure.
hearing it. Superintendent or designee for review, designee I think it's meant to be the ethics compliance officer. I could make that change in that bullet number 8 to say ethics compliance officer to make it consistent.
And I'm fine with that, but in most cases where the superintendent is tasked with something in policy, we usually say the superintendent or the superintendent's designee, in case she would prefer Dr. Armbruster or Dr. Williams to take the lead on that.
If that's the board's direction, then I'm at the board's pleasure there.
Because the superintendent would have to designate, so if she wanted to still have, she could, or she could, especially if she's out of town. I mean, she's a very, very busy superintendent. Okay.
Okay.
So that was all that I had on this section, just those minor changes.
All right. We'll make the changes, and when we bring it back for a rule development workshop, you'll see the changes in there.
And then in number 8, are you going to add the superintendent or designee and or the compliance officer? Because I feel like
Yes.
it should be there too. Okay.
Yes.
All right. That
Thank
was
you.
all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Ferrant.
Thank you. Okay, so my questions are just kind of clarifying bullet point 2, more or less. Are they able to state that they work at a local public school? Like, I'd say, Miss Ferrant, I'm a teacher at a local elementary school or a local public elementary school. Because you're not stating that it could be a charter school as well. I think just so people understand, people who would be viewing the video, okay, like what type of school is this?
So, and I may let Vivian and the superintendent jump in on this too. Depending on where the vendor's located and let's say, hey, we're here and we're based in Orlando, Florida, and we want you to hear from a local elementary school teacher. That may identify that teacher as an OCPS teacher more readily than if it was a company who was located outside of Central Florida. That's the only concern that I can think of. Madam Superintendent or Ms. Kokotis, is there anything you all would want to add there?
Member Farran, I believe that the language was put in there because most of the times when an employee is asked to give a testimonial, the reason the employee is being asked is not necessarily because of that individual employee, it's because of their affiliation with the district. And so the vendor is attempting to use the testimonial to expand their program. If they're a business vendor, they're trying to market their program using the district as the means of expanding their work. And so the goal was to allow the employee to sit for the testimonial, but not have the descriptor of OCPS principal, OCPS teacher. And so what we came up with was a generic, my name is Jane Smith, I'm an elementary school teacher. They can say they teach 5th grade, but not to identify the school in such a way that ties them to OCPS.
Okay. Okay. Next question would be on maybe number 7. I'd have to count them out. What would, when we talk about quantitative data, what exactly, could you describe that for me?
We have had a situation in the past where someone has given a testimonial and has given statistical data in that testimonial saying that something improved by a certain percentage. And when we went back and we looked at that information, we believed it to be inaccurate. And so if someone wants to give a testimonial and give data, the preference is that it be reviewed by the district to make sure that that data is accurate. We're not talking about, I'm a teacher and I've seen a vast improvement in my students by using this program or this product. This was very specific. We've seen this level of improvement from this level of improvement, and it was not accurate. So the goal is to not really elicit that kind of information from the employee. But if the employee feels that they want to give a testimonial that includes some sort of statistics, we would ask that there be reviewed by our research team before they're used.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. All right, that was all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Farrant. Chair Jacobs.
I'm sorry, no comment at this point, no questions.
Oh my gosh. Yes, it was me. I'm sorry. I have a headache and I'm not thinking very clearly. Yes, that was me. I'm in Chair Jacobs' seat right now.
All right, do you have anything to say, Chair?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Okay, so I want to just clarify a few things because when we talk about product testimonials, we're only talking about can we maybe have I feel like there needs to be some definition here. And my concern here is we've got many nonprofits that work with our schools, not with a product, but just work with our schools and maybe have had programs in our schools that have been really successful programs, but they do it on a nonprofit basis. And many of these things we do, and those, we have, I can think off the top of my head, a good handful of times where we've done videos where, highlighting that this vendor is in the school and did this today, and the school's there, the name of the school's there, our logo's in it, all of that. So, is there a difference here? Are we just talking about a product, or are we talking about anything that a nonprofit is doing in any of our schools? Can no one do any kind of testimonial that I just need to, I feel like we need to be a little clearer about that here.
Member Byrd, when the policy was written, it applied to a vendor. So I believe that's why the term product was used, because typically with a vendor, we're buying a service or we're buying a curriculum material or a book or a bus or something of that nature.
Okay.
We regularly get requests from nonprofit organizations that want a testimonial. And what happens is when that comes through me, I don't know the program. And so I will ask, who's requesting the testimonial? What is our nature of our relationship with the entity? Why are they requesting the testimonial? I'm not boots on the ground, so I don't know the value of the program to the district. So at that point, I would go to the superintendent and say, Superintendent, do you want to do this? This is what they're asking. If she says yes, then the next phase of my role is every time our employee is asked to provide a testimonial, they're presented with a release. And the release says that the employee authorizes the use of their name, likeness, voice for any purpose that the entity deems appropriate from the beginning of time to the end of time. The second sentence is usually that the employee has the authority to speak on behalf of the district. And so then I have to reach out to the entity and say, what are you using this for? And see why they want to use it and what parameters I can put on it, and also make clear to the employee that they understand what this release means, because it is a broad release for the entity to use that person's image for as long as they want and for whatever purpose they want. And usually we work this out if it comes through the process as it's intended. If it doesn't, then the employee ordinarily will sign the release, sits for the testimonial, and then once we find out about it, if it's something that we want to take down, we have to reach out to the entity and say, will you please take this down? And my history has been that they cooperate with us, but that is the process. Oftentimes our employees are invited to sit on panels, to present about a particular topic, which inherently includes a product testimonial of some kind, but that's really secondary to the professional development opportunity. So in that case, I will ask the entity, look, we are happy to have our employee participate on the panel. Would you agree that their presentation that you're going to record is not going to be used for marketing purposes? And they always agree, because they want the benefit of our employee to participate in the panel, and it allows the employee to have the professional development opportunity. With a nonprofit, we know going into it, if we were approve the testimonial, that the nonprofit is using it to expand the reach of their program. And if the nonprofit knows that as part of their grant process, they need to secure feedback on their program, they will tell us as part of our agreement that we sign with them, we need surveys. And we need the surveys to be completed to evaluate the program. If they're student surveys, we ask that they be completed anonymously unless the parent has consented to the student's name being used. If it is teacher surveys, we also ask anonymous. I will always counsel the program directors that usually at the bottom of that survey in the fine print, it says your survey feedback can be used by the entity for that purpose. I think it's important in this day and age of social media and the internet for our employees to understand the broadness of what they're signing on to, but that is usually how the process works. So product in this context was really written in conjunction with buying something from a vendor.
Right. And I totally understand that. It was just when we add the 501c3
Right.
that, makes me just want to make sure that we're still cooperating fully with our great nonprofits that help our schools and work with our schools,
Sure.
and many of them that are applying for grants that
Sure.
really do have to have data to show up,
Absolutely.
or testimonials to be able to get that money to
Right.
continue their work. So, okay, well, so then what you're saying basically is we can usually work through the process, and they can still have all of those things usually that they need once they work through it.
I have found that entities are very cooperative with us, and they understand the constraints, and it gives me an opportunity to understand what they're looking for, also counsel the employee at the same time, and have some continuity in how we treat the entities that we deal with. And in terms of the language, perhaps we just delete the word product and just have testimonials, and that might cure the section.
That might be a good idea. If we are applying it to all of the situations with testimonials, then
Yes.
then maybe we do need to take out product,
Yeah.
because many times it's not a specific product. And now that this does include our nonprofits, I'm assuming that there's some way to we have a plan for how to once we approve all this, to share it out with all of our existing nonprofits that, that this is the new policy, and that, I'm sure that that's been thought of.
We will assure that once it gets passed in final form, that we make sure we get with our folks to make sure it's shared with them.
Wonderful. Okay, I think that's it for me. Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And I probably was at the original meeting, but not in the same position. So I'm sorry if I'm a little behind trying to catch up. For Section 3, and I think Member Byrd clarified this, but what you're saying is it does not just apply to a charitable foundation, but also for nonprofits as well.
Correct.
Okay. What about if there was a for-profit company that was providing services to the district through a grant? So, yeah.
Essentially, the way this has worked in practice is that whether the entity is a vendor or a nonprofit or a grant-funded program, if the ask is made, we would like a testimonial. The question becomes, does the district want to authorize the testimonial? If the answer is yes, then it has happened regardless of the status of the entity.
Okay. Okay, perfect. And then also under Section 3, I assume that if a charitable foundation or whatever wanted testimonial of a student, that a student could provide it?
We never, if the request is of students, there is absolutely no circumstance in which the student is recorded without parental consent.
Right, okay. But that's through the parents, really?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And then my last question about this is on the quantitative data that will be included unless it's approved. It will not be included unless it's approved through the district. Does the district share data that they have in relation to the program with the, let's say, just say charitable foundation or organization?
Most of our nonprofit, charitable, grant-funded organizations, when they come to us with a program, the question is, what data are you going to need? Okay. They need that data to support the efficacy of their program. So usually going into it, we know data elements that they're going to ask for, and we report that data in an agreed-upon cycle depending on their needs. And if their aggregate data is going to say something about the program, all we're asking is, will they let us know what they want to say before they say it, so we can verify that we agree with the analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Member Douglas. Oh.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I understand. I just had coffee this morning with a nonprofit. So I just want to make sure that I'm in the right side of the law and I'm not doing anything crazy. So I just had coffee with a nonprofit, and they provide scholarship for students and all that. So if I attend one of the events and they take pictures and things like that, what is the problem? Is it a problem for us to do that? How do we cover ourselves when they use our pictures over and over and over? Can they do that? Do we have a form that they can fill out to say, no, we're not, you're not supposed to be, using this picture over and over to kind of, promote your event? And I want to make sure you understood my question.
I do. I think the concern is if you're at a public event, you don't necessarily have the right to privacy and to not be photographed that you would have in a private setting. So if you're at a group event and there is a group picture taken and your photograph is used, I think it becomes the context that your photograph is used that is the issue. If it's a private setting where you don't expect to be photographed and you are photographed, that is a different set of circumstances. But this particular section is dealing with if the entity that you were meeting with asked for you to give an interview. And in that interview, you made comments about the program and how wonderful it was, and that the program is an asset to Orange County Public Schools. Usually, if that was going to be done, you would be presented with a release because the organization wants to be able to use your statement, and they don't want you to come back and say, I didn't authorize this. And so that's what this section is dealing with. In terms of being photographed, that depends on the context.
I mean, when you go to events, usually they put, you have a lot of kids, take a picture,
Right.
They come to you. What do you think of the event? Oh, it was a great event. I think,
Right.
And you don't realize you're actually saying maybe something you shouldn't say. So
That's not what this section is trying to
Okay.
capture. This section is trying to capture a packaged presentation that supports an entity, whether it's a nonprofit or it's a vendor. And it's you sitting down specifically to talk about something in a positive light. And if it's a nonprofit, they're going to use that to expand their program, to expand their funding. If it's a vendor, they're usually going to use it for marketing purposes. OCPS likes this product or this service, so we think you'll like it too.
I mean, there's a very fine line. I'm just saying, a very fine line, because if I go to an event and they ask me a question, what do you think of the event? I think it was a great event. It really helped the kids, and I'm a board member. So
Correct.
that tells them that as a board member of OCPS, I agree, and I actually put my stamp of approval on this. And I don't know. This is critical to me. How do I protect myself? How do we protect ourselves when we go to events
This
like that?
policy is not trying to censor your comments. If you go to an event and you think it's a great event and it's for a good cause, you're free to say that.
Okay. That's all I wanted to hear.
This is a different situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
This particular
Thank you.
portion applies to employees. As you'll see throughout the policy KCE, there's difference between how board members are treated under this policy versus employees. There's separate sets of rules for you all. So, and we'll go over more of that as we go
please.
through the policy.
That would be great. Thank you. Because we get invited to a lot of things.
Of
and,
course.
Yeah. And there's a difference
Just make
between
sure.
saying this is a great event, I had a wonderful time and I think it was a wonderful thing, versus you getting up there saying, vendor ABC is in our schools and I think they have done this and this and they've had this data and they've improved this achievement. Those are two separate and distinct conversations.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Member Douglas. Good points. Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some of the stuff that I wanted to cover has been covered, especially in reference to nonprofits. I just want to ensure that when we're working with nonprofits or charitable organizations, that we make every good faith attempt to be good partners to them, because as Member Byrd mentioned, they're in our schools for free. They're doing really, really good work, and without their partnership, we won't be successful. I mean, they really lend that much to the mission and the purpose of OCPS and what we're set out to do. So I know that we have to have some of these things defined in here for the sake of clarity on what we will and won't allow, but I'm just hoping that when it comes down to it and we're looking at it, that we're really looking at it through the lens of a partnership and the understanding that nonprofits, as you mentioned earlier, rely on the benefit of their product to expand their audience or to even to get the fundraising they need to continue that support, right? They need to provide to the people that hold them accountable by donating to that charitable organization that what they're doing is working. So I'm just hoping that we would keep that in mind. And then to Member Douglas's part, this product testimonials it doesn't apply to us. Not at all. Anywhere in here does it say board member. It only says employee. We're not an OCPS employee. So the product testimonials don't apply to any board member unless this board chooses to add board member into the list of people that are subject to this policy.
Correct.
Yes. Yes. John's just so happy that I pointed that out.
Listen, there's a whole host of issues with respect to board members and their right to advocate, and that, you know, is different than an employee. So I understand where you're coming from.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Gallo. Are you done? Okay. Member Ferrant?
Thank you. So continuing on that, page 13, number 2, just reading through that again, I know this isn't redlined, but it says that if any OCPS employee who provides a testimonial is subject to discipline, like without getting written consent from an ethics compliance officer, is subject to disciplinary action, but not limited to dismissal from employment. So my issue with this is you've got sweet little kindergarten teacher who is using a product or working with a vendor, and the vendor says, wow, how is this working for you? And they go, oh my gosh, I've seen such a difference in my class. They went from getting Fs all year to they're getting As now, and it's 100% because I've been using this product. And they want to just share that. I'm little kindergarten teacher. I'm not going to go and think in my mind, oh, I need to go talk with a ethics compliance officer. And then when you find out, hey, it's written right here, it's in a policy that there's like how many policies, and why didn't you read through all, you know, how many policies that we have? And then it's, well, we could actually fire you. So I just feel like it's, I mean, I see other things that go on around here and people aren't getting fired for those. But for something like this, that just seems a little like, I would never want to say anything ever. I feel like we're putting a muzzle on our teachers and our staff.
Member From, my response to that would be that KCE is a lengthy policy. I understand that. It's 22 pages long. Every year, when employees get reappointed, they affirm that they have read KCE. Even setting aside all of that, if someone comes to you and says, we're so happy that you like our program and that you want to talk about it positively, will you sign this release? That release should garner somebody's attention, specifically if there's language in there that says the person's authorized to speak on behalf of the district. Even if that doesn't, the employee doesn't read it, they don't necessarily appreciate what they're reading. In my tenure here, which is almost 8 years, I've only had to send less than a handful of people to professional standards. I don't handle the professional standards process, but my understanding is that they were just told, be aware of KCE. KCE does not authorize this. And that is what has happened. There is not a flagrant intent on the part of employees to violate this policy. But I think that is why the language is in there, just so that there has to be some personal responsibility on the part of the employee that they are speaking on behalf of the district. If the employee wants to put on their social media, I have a great program that I worked with, I love it, I can't stop an employee from their right to free speech. But ordinarily, this request is because of the entity wanting to capture that person's affiliation with the district.
Can I add here? So, like, I've been the labor and employment lawyer before I became to this position for the entirety of this policy. I don't remember anybody getting disciplined, much less fired over it. As Ms. Kokoda said, it's normally we have things called written directives, which are statements of performance expectations that aren't disciplinary. We don't even do that when somebody comes and violates this policy. We just say, hey, we give them what's known as verbal coaching, which is, hey, there's this policy, you have, technically violated it. You have to be aware of it going forward. Please follow it in the future. Now, the reason why that language is subject to, including but not limited to, dismissal, say you have somebody who went in, asked the question, hey, can I do this testimonial? They say no, and they're like, well, I don't like the answer, I'm therefore going to do it anyways. That's going to be treated in a different manner, and it may be disciplinary, and it may be up to and including dismissal depending on how egregious it is or not. This language allows us to have some wiggle room to deal with the extremely egregious cases, none of which we've seen in the 12 years that we've been doing this, having this policy.
Yes, Superintendent?
So additionally, that teacher could use students as part of the testimonial. They could allow them to take pictures of students without parents' permission to be part of the testimonial. And so this allows us to be able to, if there were a situation, to move forward with discipline. And as Mr. Palmerini said, even the most recent case that we had, they were just told, you need to be aware that this policy exists, and nothing happened to them. But it does allow for us, in extreme situations, to be able to deal with discipline as we do with anyone who violates one of our policies.
Okay.
And Member Front, the other aspect to this is that, at least with our vendors, when we solicit for services or for products, anything over $50,000 is supposed to go through our procurement process unless it falls in an exception. When we staff those selection committees, we staff them both from school-based personnel and from district personnel. So the teacher you mentioned that gives the testimonial innocently, if we pick that teacher to be on a panel and we don't know that she's given a testimonial, and all of a sudden we solicit for bids, and those respondents submit bids and say, that committee member should be disqualified because they gave a testimonial talking about how great Company A is, and now Company A is bidding for the work. That compromises the district's ability to staff our committees with people that have subject matter expertise and are stakeholders in the item that we're buying. So knowing who's out there giving a testimonial helps us, because we don't want stakeholders to get disqualified when those are the very services we're going out to procure. And we've had it happen. We had a person who innocently wrote a reference letter for a staffing agency, thinking the staffing agency was going to use it in another county. The staffing agency turned around and put that letter as part of their response to the district's bid for those staffing services, and we had to remove that person, who was a very important point person for those very services, from the committee, because there was a reference letter in that person's packet with this individual saying how great the staffing company was, and so the other submittals, we're like, well, how can this person be fair if they've written such a glowing reference letter for this other agency? So that is the other element here. It's not just trying to maintain the narrative and how the district's name is used. As a public entity, we have a procurement process because we're spending public dollars, and it does impact our ability to staff these committees with the appropriate people.
Okay, so just clarifying, so say this kindergarten teacher, she goes on social media and she says, I love this product, it's been
Right.
amazing. She's allowed to say that.
That's her social media. We don't control it.
And even if she were to say, I work at such and such a school, and so now you can't control it. So that's free speech, but
I will tell you, that's
in a
not
video is not free speech.
But that's not there's no value in that teacher's social media. The entity wants something that they can use to send to their grant funders, to another district that they're trying to sell. They're not going to mind somebody's social media for a glowing report from a OCPS teacher that said, I had a great experience teaching my kids using X product or X curriculum.
Screen recording, screen sharing. I mean, there's great ways to share people's social media stuff.
I get it.
So I think that's where it feels like a fine line between free speech and censoring people's speech. I 100%, I get it where you can't, maybe, you don't want to say maybe the school, whatnot, but to tell a teacher, like, you could be dismissed. I know in the situation that happened, all those teachers were like, oh my gosh, like, what? We were just so excited for how amazing this product was. And now we're being told, this is absolutely unacceptable. You can't do this. You're breaking the ethics policy. Those teachers are like, wait, do you guys not care about kids learning, or do you care? I think that's the part where I think it's just frustrating. I don't know. I have an issue with it, but we'll keep going.
Okay, Superintendent, I have you queued in. Did you have anything more you wanted to add?
It was a while ago, and so I apologize. I honestly, I do remember. There was 2 points. I'm sorry. So one is, I would caution any board member that you make statements about any type of program without having data. If you are interested, if you're going to an event, and you think you might be asked, we'd be happy to share with you information about where it's being used, or the partnership that we have with the organization. But just if you make a statement and it's not accurate, then we have the problem of having to backtrack. So we'll be more than happy to assist in any way if you are going to an event. And then second, I want to reassure everyone that we love our nonprofits and we love working with them. And as long as they're aligned with our vision and our mission, and it doesn't contradict what we're doing and what we're saying, we will always partner with them.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'm queued up next. I just wanted to touch one more time on the social media. If I agree with Member Ferrant that it is really easy to use social media now for advertising. Yes. And I've seen a lot of companies where they have we have, this many likes on Facebook, or this many, or they'll put, like she said, like a screenshot of something a teacher says. So in that case, if we had a vendor or a nonprofit that said, without our permission, in a mailer out to neighborhood schools, one of our teachers, OCPS teacher, blah, 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 says, and has like a screenshot of their, would we have grounds then to come back to them for not getting permission to do that? Or is it just like it's out on the social media, so it's fair game?
So we had a recent example where we had a teacher who used a program, and it was a civics program, and did sort of a mock election in her classroom, and then put on social media I had a great day with my students. We had a mock election, and I didn't see the social media post, so I do not know if the teacher specifically referenced the curriculum. But there was a product manager that apparently was monitoring social media from the company and saw the teacher's post and basically said to the teacher, we would love to turn this into a newsletter story. Would you be willing to sit for the story? So the social media post was nice, but the vendor wanted something more. That teacher basically reached out to the principal reached out to their district leadership and said, can we do this? Now, this is a vendor that we pay for curriculum materials, so my answer was no, because it violates KCE. But that teacher's post is still out there. So to the extent that teacher's post benefits the district, that benefits that vendor, it is what it is. I can't ask her to take it down. That's her social media account. She controls it. She has the ability to say what she wants to say on it. And I did not refer it to professional standards for a disciplinary matter because I felt that she was using her social media in a way that she deems appropriate.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I believe Chair Jacobs does now want to speak. Chair Jacobs.
Yes, thank you. Actually, on the same subject line. So to Member Byrd's scenario, I understand that we can't restrict our employees' right to free speech on their social media sites. But it does seem to me that we could, as part of our contract with our vendors, restrict their ability to use those as any kind of endorsement. So, there's a difference between our right to restrict a vendor as part of our contract and free speech. So isn't that a way that we could address this? Because I do see, I know it probably isn't going to happen, but
Chair,
we create our policies with, go ahead.
Chair, we build into our agreements that our vendors will abide by KCE. And so in a scenario like the one I mentioned, I can go back to the vendor and say, hey, I want to remind you of KCE. But in this instance, I think the vendor is going to turn around and tell me, well, this is this teacher's personal social media, and we're not violating your policy. Now, the soliciting...
Well, that's why I'm suggesting, that's exactly why I'm suggesting that our policy could be written so that we don't want a back channel way to get an endorsement or give an endorsement. And we could change our contract to prohibit them from using material from our employees' social media sites to their advantage. Can't we legally do that?
Chair, Madam Chair, I would like to be able to research the law a little bit more about prohibiting folks from utilizing stuff in the public domain. I understand exactly where you're trying to get. I just want to make sure that we can legally do what you're suggesting. And it's going to take some research on our part.
No problem, John. I would definitely like for you to do that. I don't remember the scenario that I'm thinking of, but I remember something similar to this and the control that we have when we enter into contracts. So by all means, if you'll look at that, and then if that means that we have to change our policy to speak to that, then we'd have an opportunity to come back and look at it if the board feels that that's worthwhile. Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Superintendent, I have you up here again. Did you not? Okay. Okay, it looks like we are at the end of our comments on this policy. I did also want to just acknowledge for the record that Member Salamanca did arrive while we were having those discussions, so she is here in person.
All right. So for the next portion of the discussion, I was tasked back in September to bring the board a comparison with regard to our current policy and what is required by state law versus what is not required by state law. Ms. Kokotis and I have gone through this process. As I said, it was a painstaking process, and I do emphasize the pain portion of that process. But I wanted to give you a sort of an update first before we go into this. What does state law generally cover with respect? And this is mostly having to do with gifts. First thing, with respect to you all as school board members, there's a gift statute, and it is explicit, and here's what it says. Notwithstanding any other provision of law to the contrary, a district school board member and their relatives, and there's a whole litany of relatives that are defined, may not directly or indirectly solicit any gift or directly or indirectly accept any gift in excess of $50 from any person, vendor, potential vendor, or other entity doing business with the school district. And the term gift has the same meaning as another statute, and it includes things like meals, tickets to events, et cetera, et cetera. That is a very broad prohibition with respect to you all as school board members. It covers, I will tell you that there's certain lawyers interpret this law in different ways. Certain lawyers interpret it to talk about you can't accept it from vendors or potential vendors. I always get queasy because it says you can't accept it from any person, which is a very, very, very broad definition. That includes everybody as far as I'm concerned. So I will tell you I have a tendency to be, not in the political sense, but just in more conservative when it comes to adhering to the gift law, because I never want to run any of you afoul by saying, well, if it's not a vendor and it's a person, you can accept something over $50 or solicit something over $50. That would concern me with respect to you all. But that is the gift statute with respect to school board members. And then there are other gift statutes which cover the district's employees. And the first one is that any employee cannot promise their action in exchange for a gift from anyone of any value. So you can't say, you know what, I'm going to recommend you for this contract if you buy me, dinner at a fancy restaurant. That is prohibited. Or even if it's, Burger King, quite frankly. $5, you can't promise an action for a $5 meal. For all employees, they cannot accept gifts from anyone of any value when that employee knows or with the exercise of reasonable care should know that's given to influence their actions, even if it doesn't in fact influence you. So if you know that somebody's coming to you saying, hey, my child could be up for an expulsion, and if I want you to put in a good word for my child, and if you do, I'm going to give you a $50 gift card, a $100 gift, whatever it is. You cannot accept that because you know it's meant to influence your decision. Now, you might have said, I would be willing to put in a good word for your child anyways, but that doesn't matter under that portion of the gift statute. If you know it's being given to you to influence your decision, no matter how much it is, you can't accept it. And then there is a discussion of what we know in the gift statutes as RIPEs, reporting individuals and procurement employees. A reporting individual is somebody who has contractual authority to expend certain amounts of money, and I think it's $35,000 in the statute, but don't quote me on that. Ms. Kokotis is confirming that it is $35,000, so thank you. Any employee that has that kind of authority, they cannot accept gifts of over $100 from a vendor or a lobbyist. So that is the statutory prohibition for gifts on reporting individuals and procurement employees. Reporting individuals and procurement employees cannot solicit a gift of any value from a vendor or a lobbyist, which means I can't ask them for a $5 cup of coffee at Starbucks. I don't even know if you can do $5 at Starbucks anymore. It's probably inflated past that, but I can't even ask for that. Reporting individuals and procurement employees cannot accept or solicit any gift of any value from a political committee. Reporting individuals and procurement employees have to file quarterly gift reports for gifts over $100 from non-vendors, lobbyists, or political committee donors. And they have to submit annual gift reports of over $100 for other specific donors. So there's a whole, for those reporting individuals and procurement employees, if they accept certain gifts over that threshold from non-lobbyist vendors and political committees, they have to do quarterly reports. And then reporting individuals and procurement employees cannot solicit or accept honoraria under certain circumstances, but can accept reasonable and actual expenses of attendances at conferences and that kind of stuff. And honoraria is defined in the law as payment of money or anything of value, directly or indirectly, to a reporting individual or a procurement employee or to any person on their behalf as consideration for a speech, presentation, writing, or other similar task. So, hey, we're going to pay you a sum of money to come speak at our conference. Under the honoraria law, reporting individuals and procurement employees can't do that, especially as part of their job duties. So those are the general broad categories of gift laws. So now I'm going to turn you to this 14-page chart.
Do we want to stop and take some questions now, or do you want to go through your chart first?
No. I am
Okay.
at the board's pleasure.
Okay, Member Felder.
Chair. I just wanted to get some clarification. Two things. Family members. I can understand maybe if we're on the board and our spouse maybe owns a contracting company or business or what have you. How can we control their decision to go out to dinner with somebody unless it's a person that's trying to do business with us as a district? And I can understand how that needs to be prohibited. They're trying to do business with us and they take our spouse out or whatever, but you say any relatives, cousins. I mean, what do you mean? Husbands, wives? What? How can you control that? Husbands, you can. Wives, you can. But like a distant cousin, how is that?
I don't think it gets down that far to distant cousins. It's, spouses, children.
I understand that.
Daughters-in-law. Those kinds of folks. Parents. Does it do grandparents too? I can't remember if it does grandparents.
Well, if it's business, I can understand it. The second concern I have, I remember some time ago when Dr. Jenkins was our superintendent, and before I got on the board, I was always speaking, different venues, and I did receive an honorarium. Now, she said to me, now, I think I'm understanding it correctly. If somebody wanted me to speak as regarding school board stuff, I don't receive an honorarium for that. That's part of my, not my job, but that's part of the responsibilities that we have as school board members. Schools and different places where may ask us to come in and speak, you don't get honorariums for that.
That's correct.
But if I'm preaching a sermon for my church, I'm going to get an honorarium. I'm not doing it for the school. I need to be corrected. I just happen to be a school board member, but I'm also a licensed minister. See what I'm saying?
Yes. So the thing that I would be careful of there is if they're inviting you in your capacity as a pastor.
Minister, they usually do.
Minister, but they're doing it because they could underlying think that, hey, if we ask her to do this as a minister, because we could be coming to have some business before the board.
I will stop that. I understand how that goes.
Okay.
I just want to make sure, because I have had, you're a school board member. I said, why do you want me to come? You want me to share the gospel? Or do what? Because I'm not. No, you're not going. I'm not doing it for that. But I just wanted to get clarity, because many of us do speak at different occasions, and it's not school related. But I do want to get clarity, because I do understand people sometimes will use the fact that you are on the board, but you are doing other things. So I just want. I think I do understand it the way I did understand. I just want to make sure I had it right.
Member Felder, my understanding is it's a matter of context. So
Okay.
if the board member has a profession outside of their service as a board member and you're being asked to speak in that capacity, then you can accept payment for your presentation or your service or
Separate
preaching.
from this, yeah.
Separate.
I got you.
If you're being invited in your capacity as a school board member, then you should not accept an honorarium for your attendance at the event.
Thank you. And I haven't, not, when I've been asked, it's been in the, because of my ministerial connection.
Right.
And being a licensed minister. But I did want to clear that because people know you because I know of this, but
Certainly.
it needs to be clear. And I have made it clear as much as I possibly could that if you're inviting me, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to preach the gospel. I'm not going to talk about school stuff, and I do expect an honorarium. But,
Right.
okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you, Member Felder. Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a comment and then a suggestion. To Member Felder's point, one of the issues that I've had historically with this policy, and at times when we try to add to the policy, is that my line of work puts me in front of lobbyists on the daily. I'm asking for campaign contributions on the daily for clients of mine due to the nature of the company that I own. My own daughter is a registered lobbyist for different firms. And so for me, it gets extremely murky because does that mean my daughter can't buy me dinner or she can't buy me a gift at Christmas?
No. The gift laws exempt out gifts from relatives.
Okay.
So yes, your daughter can in fact buy you a Christmas gift, and if she doesn't, then you got other issues.
Okay. But she could take me out to dinner?
Yeah.
Okay. So my suggestion, if the board pleases, is this current legal requirements under Florida law, this very nice chart that you gave to us. My recommendation would be that we only take up the items where we are more stringent than state law, because clearly where we're not going to change any of that language because we have to adhere to state law. And so just for expediency, and we do have, I think, 2 other policies we need to get through today. So maybe if we just look at the areas where our policy outweighs or is more stringent than state law requires, that might speed us up and get us through this quicker.
Can I had no intention of going over this 14-page policy on everyone. No. I was going to point out certain sections that I thought were more stringent than law and just tee that up for discussion. This is what you all decide to do with it. I'm just bringing it to you. You all wanted to have the information side by side. So there's a couple areas where I'm going to point out where I think it is more stringent than state law, just to tee it up for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Palmerini. That's a good idea. Real quick, before we jump into that, I just want to go back to one thing that you said that I think I just want to get double down clarification on. You said that gifts, that you consider it gifts from any person, as opposed to some districts or general councils that might advise that it's just gifts from potential vendors. I think that really has to be, I really want to just hear you say that again, and I want to make sure, because that's a big difference.
Right. Let me reread the statute.
Yeah, reread it again for me, and I just want to clarify that one a little more.
Notwithstanding any other provision of law to the contrary, district school board members and their relatives, as defined in 112.3.112, subsection 21, may not directly or indirectly solicit any gift or directly or indirectly accept any gift in excess of $50 from any person, comma, vendor, comma, potential vendor, comma, or other entity doing business with the school district. The term gift has the same meaning as in section 112, 3112, subsection 12. So when you have a whole list of things like that, you have to take each one individually, right? So when I read it just from the plain language of it, if it says persons associated with a vendor, that would be one thing. But it said person, comma, vendor, comma, potential vendor, comma. So those are three separate classes of people. And so that's where I get. Yes, but or other entity doing business. So the or in this case means you can't accept gifts from any of these classes of people. Person, vendor, potential vendor, or other entity doing business with the school district. So it's all four of those.
But, yeah, because I think we're going to ask the same thing. Or vendor doing, what was the last part? Doing business?
Or other entity doing business with the school district.
Right. So that does not apply, doing business or other entity.
Mm-hmm.
It's not saying those four doing business with the district.
So
does not apply to all those, you don't think?
I don't think so. Vivian, if you have a different opinion, she does not have a different opinion than me. Those are four distinct categories.
I'm just trying to understand the ethical reasoning behind that. It doesn't really make any sense that you're saying that a family member or a board member cannot accept a gift from anyone over $50, regardless of if they do. And think about that. That's
well, because they, quite frankly, when they passed this law back in 2012, it was meant to make things more onerous on school board members than it had been in the past. It was really, this gift law was not designed to be friendly towards board members.
Yeah, and I understand that, and that's why I feel like the whole potential vendor, it does. I mean, that is a real good guardrail. If there's any opportunity for this person to be a vendor with OCPS, then absolutely not. You should not be accepting anything from them.
So
But
here's
any
what
person is just. I mean, that's like a neighbor who's a garbage man. I can't accept. I'm just saying.
Clearly, we're all trained as lawyers to look at the words in the statute, and the statutory construction says you are to give effect to every word that is in the statute, right? And person's actually defined in 1.01 Florida statute, and it talks about any natural person. So when I look at that, I have to apply those rules of statutory construction, but here's what I will commit to do. I will commit to see if there's any law that has interpreted this one way or the other. The last time I have looked at it, I don't think that there's any law that's interpreted it one way or the other on this. But I will go ahead and make sure that I feel comfortable coming back to you saying, yes, I've looked at it, there's no law, it's still my opinion, or I've looked at it, here's the law, and here's what it actually says. I've looked at this before. I haven't seen anything that goes to this level of granularity, but I'll do it again.
Thank you, Mr. Palmerini.
Yep.
Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While you're doing your little look-see, can you check and see if other districts have interpreted it differently? Because based on what you just read to me, I don't know how a family member would be excluded from that gift. Because you said any person, nothing in what you read to me exempted family. And yet you just told me that family is
because
exempted.
there's other sections in the gift, because it interprets it in accordance with the gift law, and there's other sections within the gift law that says, hey, this prohibition on giving gifts doesn't apply to family members.
Oh, it doesn't?
It does.
Is there anything that says it doesn't apply to people not entering in a contract?
Not that I've seen. I I will relook at it again. But Member Felder may have expressed something. The gift law says, hey, you're prohibited from receiving or soliciting gifts, but this doesn't apply if it's relatives giving gifts to each other, like, a birthday gift, a holiday gift, something like that.
But it would be to if my best friend gives me a gift for my birthday. That has nothing to do with anything in politics.
I think the context of that is different, right? If your best friend's giving you a birthday gift, they're not necessarily doing it to influence your decision making. I will look, just as you said, as I'm doing my look-see, I'll make sure that I take care of that. But I wouldn't tell you, hey, here's what I would tell you. If your best friend's giving you a birthday gift and, there's nothing that your best friend has coming before you has coming in here that has any business before you, yeah, you're going to take the birthday gift. However, if your best friend has a kid who has an issue coming before you and all of a sudden they give you a birthday gift 2 weeks before that issue's coming up, that may be something
that would be improper.
That would may be something that would give you pause. So
no, that makes sense.
As Ms. Kokotis says, sometimes context is key here. So
yeah, and while we're doing a deeper dive, it was just so there was a law that passed that basically said that sitting electeds cannot lobby. That was since overturned by court. I don't know that anybody that sits up here is a registered lobbyist. I'm certainly not a registered lobbyist, but we are allowed to be registered lobbyists. So as a registered lobbyist, should there be something in this policy that speaks of a school board member as a lobbyist and the do's and the don'ts? Because you're kind of impeding, they're getting paid to lobby. The policy could impede their ability to do their job and still follow this policy. So we might want to take a little look-see on that as well. Because under state law, we are allowed to be registered lobbyists. Now, we cannot lobby ourselves.
Right.
But I could, as a registered lobbyist, go up and lobby Tallahassee for any baker, like for any company that I wanted to under state law.
So I think one of the things that...
So then am I prohibited from giving myself anything?
I think the answer is no there. So I'm not necessarily sure we need to put it in policy. That may be a situation where we have a one-off like that you all as board members, if you all did become registered lobbyists, you would come to me and we would talk through the contours of it. I'm not necessarily sure we need to put it in there. I don't think that the law would prohibit you from being a registered lobbyist up in Tallahassee from doing that. Like you said, you couldn't obviously lobby here, your own board members that way, and nor would be silly. It just boggles the mind to even think about. With respect to that.
And I was never suggesting that, just to be on
right.
record.
No. Remember that court case overturned the prohibition against sitting members being lobbyists. Now, with respect to ex-board members, the court case did not address that. Ex-members, government officials, the court case did not address that prohibition.
That means if I left at the end of my term, I can't lobby OCPS, but I can still become a registered lobbyist if I'm for federal or statewide. It's just for the entity to which you came from.
That's right. It would prohibit you for 6 years.
Yeah. From lobbying for them on their behalf?
No, lobbying the entity from which you came.
Right,
yes.
Okay.
OCPS.
Got it. Thank you.
But lobbying is different than advocating, because if you don't get paid.
If I had hair,
you would have pulled it all out by now, right?
I would have pulled it out, and it would have fallen out on its own. I wouldn't have needed to pull it.
Come on, you love it. We keep you on your toes.
Yeah.
All right, Member Gallo, is that it for you?
I've annoyed John enough. I'm good.
Okay. Okay. Chair Jacobs. Chair Jacobs.
Hey, sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, thank
Give me just, give me try to get right back to that section of the statute. So, John, this issue of $50 in the gift. Here's why I disagree with your interpretation and why I think some other attorneys see this differently. I think the pertinent word is other. So if it was intended to say that the doing business with the school district applied to all of these, didn't apply to all of these, okay? So that or means that it's any person, period, any vendor, period, any potential vendor, period, any entity doing business with the school, period. But it says other entity. And so when you put the word other rather than an entity in it, I think it changes and clarifies that all of these apply to doing business with the school district. So if it said that you can't solicit a gift directly or indirectly in excess of $50 from any person, vendor, potential vendor, or an entity doing business with the school district, rather than other entity. I think there's a difference in the meaning of those two when you put the word other in. Am I at all clear?
No, I understand your position, and that is a plausible way of reading it. I'm not sure it's the way I read it, but it is a plausible way to read it. So, again, this is where I think I need to go ahead and make sure that my research is 100% certain. I am 98% certain, but I will make sure it's 100% certain. And at the end of the day, folks, again, I can give advice and you could say, thank you, Mr. Palmerini, I appreciate it, but I think I read it the other way, and so I'm going to govern myself that way. That is up to you all as elected officials to how you feel comfortable with doing that. So, look, this won't be the first time that I've given some advice and you all have disagreed with it and gone the other way. Doesn't hurt my feelings. It's what it is. No?
So John, I know I think you said you might disagree. I know you disagree with it, that the word other is very significant and was put in there for a reason rather than an entity. But going back to, I don't remember, I think it might have been Bird, I think it was Gallo talking about how extreme that interpretation is. So that would mean that none of my kids, my cousins, my grandmother, my mother could go out to dinner with somebody if the other person picked up $60 worth of the meal. And I think that's honestly such a bizarre interpretation that would have been the intent. And the fact that there was no reason to put the word other if they meant and. So I don't think you're going to find a case on point in all likelihood. But I think that's the justification that others and myself would find if I do this or a family member does, and I'm ever brought up on an ethics charge, that's going to be the leg that I stand on. And I think it's pretty strong. But I do appreciate you trying to do some research on it.
Yeah, no, listen, I will do the research on it, and I will come back to you and I'll let you know what I find or if I don't find. And if there's like I said, if there's a disagreement, then it wouldn't be the first time. It certainly won't be the last time. And you all have to do what you feel comfortable with and what you think it is. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Could you do one other thing?
Sure.
Because I know you're really plugged in with I don't know what the term is, the School Board Law Association?
Yeah.
I think, are you still president?
I am.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure some attorneys see this $50 as only applying to entities doing business or people doing business. If you know some of those folks, would you ask them for their justification of reading it differently?
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know, and I began this by saying that other attorneys differ in their interpretation than what
Yeah.
mine is. So, and yeah, some
I'm
of them
just
in my
curious
group.
about their reasoning, and I have a feeling it's going to come down. I've had this debate with attorneys for a while over when other gets used and what its meaning is, and so I'd be interested in what those attorneys base their opinion on. All right, thanks, guys. Sorry for taking up so much time on this.
That's okay. Thank you, Chair Jacobs. Member Farrant.
So I think Chair Jacobs kind of covered what I was going to say because I had pulled up the statute here. But really, I mean, the way I read it is that if you're meeting with somebody and they're giving you a gift to sway your views or your belief or anything like that, because they are or want to do business with the school district, that is what I see for that. If you're going and you get a gift from a friend and you have no idea that they even are a vendor with the district, like you just have no idea. Maybe they're an AC contractor or they work for an AC contracting business that does stuff with the district, and they're your neighbor and they gave you $100 gift card to eat somewhere, and you didn't realize. Like, I think it's when you're willingly receiving gifts because they're trying to sway your views. That is how, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but that's kind of how I interpret it. So I think in the same way where it's like, I feel like I wouldn't go around like being freaked out to receive gifts, but like if I don't know the person and they're just like randomly, I would obviously want to figure out why they're doing that. But I think, I don't know. That's the way I feel like it was written for. Just my 2 cents.
Listen, I understand that I've just given an unpopular opinion, and I will research it. I will see if I think other people have different reasoning, and if I am open to being persuaded.
Well, and you said something interesting when you said, you can give advice, but ultimately, we're elected officials and we have to govern ourselves, right? So I kind of, along that same line, I kind of would wonder why we have certain policies in place with board members, because there really isn't any disciplinary action that can be taken on board members for certain policies, which is some of the reason for policies, but I do think that that the like with lobbying and different areas like that, and I guess the gifts, it's good to let other people know what they can and can't do with board members, but it's just, I don't know, it's an interesting take. Member Gallo, did you buzz in again?
Quick question. And I'm sure you have, Mr. Palmerini, but have you reviewed the staff analysis from 2012 when this bill was implemented for school board members?
I did. It was a long time ago. So
I'm just curious if there is something in there that might help clarify intent.
I will relook at it, but what I almost remember, and this happens more times than this happens more times, what the staff analysis will do is repeat the statutory language and do nothing more. And
sometimes there's misinformation in the staff analysis.
Well, I wasn't going to say that. However, many times it just repeats the statutory language, which makes it not helpful at all. I seem to remember that on this one, but I'll relook.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead and cover what you want to cover in the chart?
Sure. So, going down on page 1. What's that? Sorry, I just had a gnat run across my paper. That was great. When you look down at the last 2 columns, gifts and gratuitous meals, the policy itself limits gifts and gratuitous meals to $5 instead of the board member limit of 50 and the RIPE limit of $100. So that is an obvious difference between state law and what your policy has. And then
That's a great idea, Member Gallo. Would you mind, Mr. Palmerini?
no.
Okay, we have member chair, or the chair actually, that wants to speak.
All
Chair
right,
Jacobs.
thank you. I don't know, I just lost audio a minute ago. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, just very briefly, John, I know this gift interpretation isn't popular, but just for the record, my reason for disagreement isn't about whether I like it or don't like it. I just sincerely don't think it's correct, with all due respect.
Thank you, Chair Jacobs.
You're welcome.
Okay. Member Gallo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in this particular, on this particular page, the last two, which is what we're discussing, I would recommend that we utilize the legislative intent on oversight over the board. Only because no one's going to be swayed for $5. There ain't no board member up here that's going to be swayed for $50. But if there was an ethics violation, it would go to the ethics committee. It would get sent to, there'd have to be an accusation, and then someone would have to send it to the ethics committee, and the ethics commission would have oversight over if they would take it up and if we were in the wrong or not. If someone sends them something that a board member took something for $5, the ethics commission doesn't care. And so to Member Byrd's point, there is no teeth in this policy. So to hold board members or others to $5 when board members are already at 50 versus everybody else is at 100, so we already have
Right, we'll just take
a
board
reduced
member out.
amount. I think we should just follow state law and follow the guidelines given to us. That is in statute.
So Ms. Kokotis points out, on page 8, we have an actual provision that says gifts to board members. Board members shall comply with applicable provisions of Florida law regarding the solicitation, acceptance, and disclosure of any gifts. So the gift provision would not apply to you all, because the more specific provision dealing with gifts that says we'll comply with Florida law will be what's there. I think gratuitous meals at some point do apply to board members in the policy. So what we can do with respect to gratuitous meals is we can eliminate board member from that provision.
Okay. So you would really want to eliminate both of these because one's contradicting the other anyways.
Well, remember, this is also applying to your employees as well.
But it
Gifts.
says for board member. Oh, because you're just
Yeah, I'm just
mentioning
reciting-
other people. Okay.
Yes.
So we could just take $5.
Is there page
Do we want to talk about
Yeah.
that for employees?
Yeah.
That's
Okay, wait a minute.
Member Gallo, the language is on page 8. It should be subsection 5 that says gifts to board members. And so that is basically saying board members are subject to applicable Florida law. I think the appropriate action is under the section on gratuitous meals, which is page 5. Just eliminate the reference to board members and just have it read a procurement official, the ethics compliance officer, or any staff member with contracting authority.
Hold on. Remember, I told you earlier that we had the non-red line version of the policy.
you got to look at the non-red line.
The non-red line version of the policy is what you need to be looking at, because that's where the page references are.
Right.
Okay, so for clarification, the first column is referring to page 2 where the policy has the definitions.
Correct.
Okay, so in our policy, we define gifts as anything of value exceeding $5, but does not include blah, 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 blah.
Correct.
Gratuitous meals is anything in excess of $5. And then in the policy is where, page 5 and page 8 is where it's talking about how much board members may accept or how much employees may accept, the 50 and the 100. It's not saying that we can't accept $5, anything over $5. It's just describing, giving a definition to what a gift is in this policy and what a meal is in this policy.
Correct, but I think for the sake of consistency, since most of the policy does not apply to board members, if we're going to say on page 8 in subsection 5 that board members shall comply with all applicable provisions of Florida law regarding a gift, a meal could constitute a gift if you're invited to an event and there is a meal that is part of attending that event. So rather than create confusion, if you just eliminate the reference to board member in the section on page 5 that begins gratuitous meals, gifts, and certain travel restrictions, you'll eliminate any confusion between that language and the general reference to complying with Florida statutes.
We would also, it's also in the definition of gratuitous meal. As well, it says to any board member, so we would have to remove it from that definition as well.
Right.
So, Madam Chair,
Okay,
if I can
yes.
continue. So,
Member Gallo, continue.
I guess the issue, so on page 5, under gratuitous meals and certain travel restrictions, when it defines gratuitous meals, but when you go back to the beginning of the policy, under gifts and gratuitous meals, number 9 and 10 on page 2, it clearly states in both of those that the no value exceeding $5. So in one area it's defined one way, in another area it's defined with that amount limit in it.
Right, but I think the gratuitous meals section is talking about, generally, you shouldn't accept anything over $5. However, if you attend a conference and a meal is given at a conference, there's flexibility in the value of that meal if the conference is put on by a nonprofit versus a conference that's put on for a vendor. And the point of that is if you go to a conference and the vendor invites you to a special dinner, the theory is that you shouldn't be accepting that any meal that exceeds the $25.
I thought it's 25 for food and then 50 for gifts. Is that what it is for board members? What is the law state for gratuitous meals for board members? Is it $25 per state law or 50?
Just a gift.
It's just the 50.
It's just the 50,
Then where's the 25 coming from?
your policy.
Okay. So maybe to be consistent, I would suggest that we adhere to state law, just because I think that's the easy and cleanest way to do it. We're already held at a much higher standard than other elected officials, and I feel like it would be easier and clearer for everybody involved, including our employees, if what we set forth is just very consistent with law. That would be my recommendation. Because when we go to conferences, the majority of time when we're at those conferences, even if the company is nonprofit, the people paying for that are vendors. They're there because they want our time. They're there because they want to have access to us. And what they do is they will, they'll have like 6 or 7 vendors. And then that way it's $50 per vendor. And so I want to make sure that we're transparent and we're accountable, and I don't want improprieties to happen. And I know that we have guardrails in place so that bad actors get caught. But it shouldn't be so stringent that it creates an undue burden on our employees or on the board members. And based on what I do for a job and some parts of this policy, I would do nothing but fill out forms all day long.
But KCE, the way it's written with the language on page 8, it is exempting the board from the gift definition, and it's basically applying existing Florida law to board members and gifts. So the rest of this policy would apply to district employees other than the board members. And so what that gratuitous meals section should be revised to say is that if select employees, whether they're procurement people or myself as the ethics compliance officer or staff attorneys with contracting authority, we generally don't accept anything above $5. But if we attend an event and a meal is given, then we can accept a meal within certain parameters depending on who's sponsoring the event.
So,
So the goal would be to eliminate the reference to board member in the gratuitous meals section and in the definition of gratuitous meals that I think is at the bottom of page 2. And then that way you have the consistency of a gift is whatever Florida law defines it to be as to a board member.
okay. I'm fine with that, but going back to our, like, the $5, like, so in my mind, why even have an amount there? Why just not say you can't accept anything from anybody at any time? Because to put a dollar amount in there at $5 is ridiculous. I don't even know that you can get a pack of gum anymore for $5.
As I understand it, that was meant to cover sort of trinkets that sometimes vendors send that, are embossed with a vendor's logo, and the employees can take it and not necessarily have to worry about whether they have violated the gift provision. There are other provisions in here, if we get to them, which talks about, gifts of food that are given to employees, as long as the gift is to 10 or more employees. A vendor can make that gift, a nonprofit can make that gift. And the reason the 10 or more was selected is that, a vendor who decides to send breakfast to a department is not going to endear themselves in a way that taking one employee out for an expensive meal or buying one employee a gift card may produce a more targeted result if a vendor is trying to endear themselves to someone that has contracting authority or can influence whether or not they get a contract or they continue a contract.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. I think of scenarios, especially like at the school-based level, where, for example, Chick-fil-A is a vendor.
Sure.
But yet Chick-fil-A will bring free food in all the time
Right.
for teachers and staff.
Right.
That would be over $5. In some cases, it could be over $25, especially if you eat 2 sandwiches and 2 fries.
Right.
So it's just, so in those instances, some things in this policy just don't make sense. I understand the intent when it comes to procurement. I understand the intent, especially we're in that blackout period and whatnot. We want to make sure that we uphold very stringent guidelines for our employees so that something improper doesn't happen, because we don't ever want to be accused of being dishonest in our negotiations with our vendors. But I think that there needs to be some flexibility within that so that it makes sense.
And Member Gallo, there is. I mean, during the holidays, when departments are being sent gift baskets and boxes of chocolate, if they're sent to one person and we get the call and it says, well, can I accept this? It came from vendor so-and-so. The advice is always put it out for the department to share, and you're free to accept it, because the policy does allow those types of things, like a pizza party. If a local pizza entity wants to send pizzas to a school and they happen to be a vendor, if they're sending it to one person, that creates a different outcome than if they're sending it to the whole school. And so the policy does allow for that. The policy, as I understand it, is intended to eliminate a targeted gift of some that will impress upon an individual who may lean positively in favor of an entity because of that gift.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that explanation. All right, let's hear from other board members.
Madam Chair, can we take a few minutes, because my day can't get any better. I'm getting security alerts from my bank account.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back. Okay, board members, are we ready? Yep. Okay. We're going to get back started again. Mr. Palmerini, do you want to continue? We don't have any more speakers on the page one.
Okay. I think just for ease for the board, to the extent that these rules apply to board members with regard to gifts, gratuitous meals, all of it, I think what I've heard is just for us to have direction to go back and make revisions to all of that throughout the policy. So instead of going through all of that here, we'll just go ahead and do that and bring back those changes to you all. Is that acceptable?
Board? Yes. I think everybody thinks that would be just fine.
Okay. And with respect to limits on employees, is it the board's will to apply limits on employees consistent with state law, or do you want the more stringent definitions here?
I would propose that we stick with state law. Does everyone agree on that?
I would agree to that. I would love to hear if the superintendent would like to weigh in. I just want to make sure she has no heartburn with us just keeping it with state law.
No, I think it would make it easier on all parties if we have the law to just fall back on and not have to worry about any challenges to it. So I definitely am in agreement.
Wonderful. Hold on, Mr. Palmerini, 1 second. I have you queued in. Was that just to comment on that? Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. The next thing I wanted to go to is actually, I think that's going to, what we've just done is going to clean up a lot of what we needed to do here, but there's just a couple other things I wanted to address then. If you go to page 4 of the chart, where it says registration of lobbyists, I just wanted to point out that there is a, especially with certain procurements and other events we've had lately with respect to how lobbyists are registered and all of that, there is a standard in state law that talks about, how lobbyists can give gifts. There's not necessarily a registration standard with respect to school boards in state law, but you all also tasked us to look around the state to see what we had versus what there was with regard to registration of lobbyists. We've looked, and by we I mean Ms. Kokotis looked, Broward, Hillsborough, Miami-Dade, Palm Beach all have lobbyist registration policies that they have. So it would be consistent with the other large districts to have a lobbyist registration policy. It isn't technically required by state law, but wanted to get the board's direction one way or the other.
Thank you, Mr. Palmerini. I was actually queued in to speak to page 4, so I appreciate the research, finding out what other districts do. I think that it's totally appropriate to have a registration of lobbyists. I think it's beneficial for everybody to be able to look up and see if someone is a registered lobbyist. I do have just some, and I don't even know if I have a preference either way, but I do think that, maybe the registration process could be looked at. I don't know if you've looked at it, if other boards do every year that they have to register, because I'm wondering, are we doing that? Are we checking in? Do we go through that whole list every year and make sure that they've all re-registered? Or how is that even monitored, that one?
We do.
You need the mic, sorry.
The registration process is driven by the individual, not the entity. So there is an annual process because sometimes people cycle out.
Okay.
So a company may hire ABC Group to represent them as lobbyists, but if the individual who's going to lobby on behalf of that group before the board changes, then that individual will register through legal services and the forms that we have online.
Okay, so, but it's up to them to do that, because my only concern is, as a board member, I don't know if someone has registered unless I guess I could check with you. If someone's trying
Certainly.
to have a meeting with me, I would check with you to make sure they're a registered lobbyist. I would assume most all lobbyists know that they have to be registered lobbyists, but, you know, I just don't know like what the checks and balances is for us on that part.
Member
or
Byrd,
any
the
employee.
gray area falls when you have a business because parents are exempted, government officials are exempted, representatives of nonprofits are exempted, school-based organizations like PTAs, things of that nature, they're exempted. And even an attorney who's representing a client or a legal guardian who's representing a student, they're all exempted from the definition of lobbyist. So it's really only when someone is going to approach you on behalf of a business entity that you have to wonder if they're a lobbyist. And again, it becomes a question of, are they meeting with you to try and sway you on something that may come before the board? If they're meeting with you to have a general discussion about some topic that may be pressing in your district, but it's not something that you can foresee will be an issue before the board, they don't have to be registered as a lobbyist. Again, I mean, I hate to say this, but it's context. And out of an abundance of caution, if someone is going to solicit you or other members of the board, they should be registered as a lobbyist. Sometimes I do get calls from individuals that say, I'm going to reach out to the board. This is what I want to talk about. Do you think I need to register? And based on what they tell me, I say yes or I say no. That's an ideal world. Sometimes it doesn't happen that way, but out of an abundance of caution, we do ask folks to register if they believe that they will be representing a business's interests with you as a board member.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. No, that's okay. I'm not going to do that. Reports. The reports. That's not on page 4, though. You haven't gotten there yet. But I wanted to, whenever we get to it, when we're talking about lobbying, I would like to bring up the reports that we have to sign when people lobby us as board members. I think employees, it might be a little different, but with the board members, it's extremely difficult to be able to do, and Member Gallo kind of referred to it a little bit earlier in her line of work, but we are, as board members, you know, we sit on numerous boards in the community. We are in the business community constantly. There are numerous business owners that come and talk to me all the time. When we go to conferences, we talk to 20 different vendors within a week at a conference. So I feel like I just have a little bit of concerns about our requirements around the reports. I do feel like there needs to be reports. I understand the reasoning behind it. I just kind of wanted to have a little discussion about that. And if you could help facilitate that discussion, or if any other board members have any other input on that. I don't really know what the answer is. I just know that it's very challenging as an elected official to document every single interaction we have with someone that is a business owner or has a product or whatever. And I understand that it needs to be public record. I would also argue that our schedules are public record, our emails are public record, our even cell phone records are public record. So I'm just wondering about that. And I would also like to know, what the statute says about that and how this differs maybe from what like other elected officials, like Orange County government, what those commissioners have to. Do they fill out forms every time they speak to someone? I just want to see if we're doing things unnecessarily too stringent or if we're right where we should be. Just want to have a little discussion about that. Thank you.
Member Byrd, most of these lobbying policies, the purpose of them is to create transparency in terms of who is trying to influence the business of the public entity. In preparation for the September meeting discussion regarding KCE, I went back and listened to the 2012 presentation to the board when KCE was first brought up. And it was a presentation given by then General Counsel Woody Rodriguez and the chair at the time, Bill Sublette. And they indicated that this policy was an attempt by the district to create an ethics policy. It was modeled off of Orange County's policy, which was implemented in 2008. Orange County's policy has not changed since 2008. In a similar fashion, our policy has not been revised since 2012. Orange County has a lobbying policy. They require the registration of lobbyists, and they do require the lobbyists to complete a form of who they met with. As far as I can tell, there is not a corresponding requirement for the public official to fill out a form. The way this policy is written, ideally there should be a match. There should be two forms. There should be the form from the lobbyist and the form from the board member that sat in the meeting, and each form essentially dovetails. We had a meeting on the same day. These are the people we met with and generally what was discussed. I understand it can be overwhelming when you interact with folks who are lobbyists to fill out these forms, but I would suggest that we focus on the definition of lobbying, and lobbying is an action that is meant to influence a foreseeable action of the school board. So it's meant to influence a foreseeable event before the school board. So I think the extent of the reporting is based on the conversation you're having. So if you're going to an event and you're mingling with people, I don't think you're having the kind of conversation where someone is trying to influence a position that you may take on a foreseeable action of the board. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I just don't know. And really, that is the standard here. Again, if it's a parent, if it's someone from a PTA, if it's another government official that you're having the conversation with, they're not lobbyists. And so you wouldn't have to report that communication. But this can be changed. As I said, Orange County's requires reporting from the lobbyist side. It doesn't require reporting from the public official side. And maybe that is because of what you're saying, that your calendars are public, your meetings are recorded in such a way. I don't have background as to why Orange County's was written that way. I know that our policy was modeled off of Orange County's.
Thank you. I appreciate the facilitation of that discussion a little bit. That helped a lot. I would like to hear from my other board members on this. We've got Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm fine with the lobbyist have to register with us so we know who the lobbyist is. I do think that's helpful. And the House of Representatives, actually, it's not a law, but they do have a rule that anybody who is a registered lobbyist has to register as a lobbyist and even register the topic that they will be lobbying on. So you'll see like a lobbyist name and all the various entities that they represent.
Right.
And they have to do that before they can go in and speak to anybody in the House of Representatives. The Senate has different rules. I think that it would be great if, and I don't know if this is possible, if once the lobbyist registers, if it could be in a searchable database attached somewhere. So as a board member, I can see who's registered and who's not, just for, like, as Melissa mentioned, we meet a lot of different people with a lot of different products when we're at different conferences. It could be any conference. It could be Excel and Ed, which is a fabulous conference. You're going to have vendors there who want to tell you about their product. They may not be registered because we were in Oklahoma City. They may be the Oklahoma City people, but it would be good for me to be able to go online and be, okay, well, the Oklahoma people may not be registered, but there is somebody registered from this company with Orange County. And then it would also be a reminder to me to say, hey, are you registered? If you're going to have a conversation with me, I need you to register. I'm with Member Byrd on the forms because it gets a little bit murky. Like some of them are slam dunks. I had 2 meetings this past week and a half with vendors. It was I knew what they wanted to speak to me about. There was no doubt in my mind that I needed to fill out the forms. I filled out the forms. I gave them to Vivian. Others are little, like people that we've never done business with, or they're just telling me about their product.
Right.
I wouldn't necessarily fill out a form on that because they're just letting me know that they have a product available. There's been other times that I've gotten emails or I've talked to somebody and I'm like, hey, shoot me an email. I will forward it to the people that might apply to, and if they think that's relevant, they'll talk to you. And all I am is a conduit for that information. I don't usually fill out forms for that because in my mind, they came to me. I don't even know if we have a use. I don't know if we have a need. I'm giving it to the people that would have that information and they could take it from there. And that's usually the extent of the conversation that I had. So because it's just kind of murky, I'm wondering if we do just put the onus on the lobbyist and maybe add some oversight to ensure that everybody we talk to is an actual lobbyist. Because now I'm going through things in my mind of people that I've spoken to, and it's been no secret because I've had conversations with Mr. Palmerini, with the superintendent, so you all will know who I'm talking about, that the same person has multiple conversations with the board. So it's not like I'm hiding anything. You know I'm having conversations. But like in that instance, I couldn't even tell you right now if they're a registered lobbyist with Orange County. Okay, good. Thank you. But it would be nice that I would be able to check that myself. I just want to make sure that I'm following the law. And then I have a question about the first item on 4, where it talks about the provision to prohibit vendors from paying for OCPS employees' travel or attendance at conferences or meetings. I know that sometimes we are able to get scholarships, especially if it's a really great conference. Like maybe it's an IT conference that it's really important that we want to send people to, but it's expensive. Like we get scholarships and we get grants. Would they be allowed to attend if the scholarship or the grants came from a vendor to go to a conference that it would be more of an informational conference and there'll be a lot more like vendors there? Would that be allowed under this policy?
So generally, when we have an agreement, if the department anticipates that there is a conference that will help them administer the contract, we build it into the contract that our staff can attend whatever the conference is. And it happens across the board. We have transportation folks that attend conferences, particularly about electric buses or things of that nature. We build it into curriculum materials. We can certainly build it into processes if we know in advance. Most of the time, the vendors will invite an employee to a conference if it's part of a presentation opportunity for the employee. If they call me and they say, am I able to go? My question is always, are you going to be recorded? And if you are going to be recorded, what's the recording going to be used for? The vendor will always agree that whatever recording is done is only used for their internal purposes. And many of these vendors require a letter from me authorizing the employee to accept the offer of travel or attendance at a conference because they want to make sure that they are not barred from a future procurement because they have made that offer to the employee. And so the goal is always to allow it, particularly if it is directly associated with a program that that employee is administering on behalf of the district.
Okay, that's helpful information. And then my last question, I saw that there is, I guess, a $25 lobbying fee
There
that
is.
lobbyists have to fill out to be a lobbyist. Is that per entity that they're representing, or just, hey, I'm a lobbyist, here's my $25, I can talk to y'all about anything I want?
It's per individual.
Okay.
And it is not limited to a subject matter. So if they send the form in and they say, here's my $25 and I am lobbying on behalf of A corporation, B corporation, C corporation, that is all in the form they submit. It's one $25 fee, and that's the end of it. That's why we require the annual renewal, because if we did it by institution, we wouldn't necessarily track who the individual is that's actually doing the lobbying.
Sure, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And what does the $25 go to?
$25 is paid into the district's general fund, and it's the fee that was established to process the paperwork.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gallo. Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I just wanted to, going along with what Member Byrd said, also just wanted to agree with her on the meetings with vendors, because for me, sometimes I reach out, or sometimes a vendor might reach out to me, and maybe their intent is to lobby me, but my intent is to find out as much information about what they're doing as possible. So, I think sometimes that's just, for me, that's the purpose of the meeting, is they're the expert on, some particular issue that I have really no idea about. So for me, it's a learning meeting, and I'm asking them questions about their industry, and I'm asking them, well, why this and why that, as you would probably expect of me. And so, so I would just like to echo that. I don't know that that's lobbying. I love the idea of having some kind of requirement within OCPS that lobbyists have to register, and, wonder if maybe as part of that registration, can we just require them, if they meet with a school board member, to include that they put that in there?
The lobbyist is already required to complete the form.
Okay.
In your example, if you're meeting with a vendor, the vendor already has a business relationship with the district. So if the vendor is meeting with you to explain what they do with the district, they're not really trying to influence you, unless somewhere in that conversation it's, we also can provide you other services. And so foreseeably, maybe you will be voting on those other services at some point in your role as a board member. So it's a gray area, but a vendor wouldn't have to register as a lobbyist if their attitude is, I already have a business relationship and I'm talking to the board member about my existing business relationship.
Okay, and I guess, but sometimes it also applies to someone who isn't a vendor.
Certainly.
I think, yeah,
Right.
because maybe it's for something that we haven't hired
Right.
someone. Maybe in the future we're thinking about it. It's something new, and I don't understand it, so I want to learn more about it.
I
They approach
understand.
me, but I'm asking the questions.
And I think the searchable database will solve some of these issues, because if you are regularly being approached by folks that are not registered as a lobbyist, and you let me know, I am able to reach out to that person and say, you may not be aware, we have a lobbying policy. Would you please register as a lobbyist? I'm happy to walk you through the process here, because you're meeting with board members. Whether you're intending or you're not intending to try and influence them, it would be appropriate, given my understanding of your communications, that you register as a lobbyist.
Okay. That's great. And then just one other question. I just want to clarify something that you said when you were talking about the definition of a lobbyist. Did you say something about attorneys were not included in that?
I said if an attorney is approaching you on behalf of a student or a parent, they are not considered a lobbyist.
Okay.
They are representing their client, and they would not fall under the definition of a lobbyist.
Got it. Okay. And then are we just kind of sticking to this area now, or is the whole policy open for questions? Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just gonna back up to what the previous member said on the form, that it really is. I have similar meetings to Member Vano said, where I reach out because I want to learn, not to be influenced, even if like that's their intention truly. And so if there's a database, that's great, but I do think that the current form as it stands is a pretty heavy burden and hard to consistently and uniformly abide by, because I think we all have perhaps different definitions on that. And so I think generally my approach to this whole policy is, if there's not a lot of teeth to something, and we defer from what the state statute is, then I'd rather us not have it, because it just means more overhead on us individually. And so I understand the reason behind why we did it. I get that. I also think that in future boards are probably going to encounter this even more. We just, especially as Orange County, we're such a large district, and we have so many public-private partnerships and so many nonprofit, like we just are like, we have conversations with a lot of different people. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but I don't want to discourage having those conversations, because there's also overhead associated with it. That doesn't have a lot of teeth either.
Well, and I don't think that the policy was created to create teeth as to a board member. I think the policy was to allow staff to be informed if a vendor, for example, if a vendor is reaching out to you during the no contact period, the vendor's aware they're in the middle of the no contact period. You may not be aware of it. So if I were to get a form and I know that we're in the middle of a no contact period, I reach out to that vendor and say, you know you're not supposed to be talking to a board member.
Yes.
If that is repeated conduct, the policy builds in the opportunity for me to come before the board and to ask that some sort of a disciplinary action be applied to a vendor depending on the circumstance. So I think part of this was intended to inform staff who may be approaching you if someone is violating a no contact period.
Yeah, I think the no contact example makes sense in this context,
Right.
but this is, it's just the other, when we're talking about the form particularly.
I understand.
That one doesn't really serve that purpose either, because my team who's scheduling stuff, they don't know the intention behind it. I'm not or if they see something on my calendar, I prefer if we just put the burden on them rather than us. There's a lot more of them with a lot more staff than there is of us sometimes.
Great. Is there any, are we good? Any response to that, or?
No.
Okay. Member Douglas?
I just want to say that, this is the first time for me, and it's really a lot, and a lot of gray areas. I don't even know where to start thinking, but I just would like to think about talk about again about the report that we're talking about. Is that the form that you're referring to? Is that the report, the form, are they the same thing?
Yeah, the form that, when we have to fill out forms, if we're at a conference and we talk to vendors.
That's a lot.
And Member Douglas, I believe the recommendation of the board is to eliminate the form, at least for the board members to complete. We're still going to maintain that the lobbyists complete the form.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's.
Thank you, Member Douglas. On that same note, is it possibly to do what like Orange County does when you go to speak, when you go register, when you go to speak to a commissioner, you sign in on the computer, putting your name, who you are, who you're with, who you're going to speak to, and why you're going to speak to them. And that's all done digitally right on the computer. I would love to see that, because actually, as a board member, it might be helpful for me to see who the lobbyists are meeting with. If I could look up, hey, this lobbyist has met with every board member and now they're asking to meet with me about XYZ, that's sometimes informative to me before I have a meeting with someone. So if there's any way we could do that registration electronically and the reason for the meeting, that
Okay.
might be great.
I will have to check on that.
Okay. Superintendent wants to speak.
Just one comment on that. Board members don't always meet with the lobbyist here. So I think there needs to be, I mean, I think that's a great idea because if they're here, it's much easier because they have to sign in anyway.
Certainly.
But just to keep in mind that it doesn't always happen here.
Good point. Yes, that's true. Okay, the board is clear. Go. Take your chance.
So there's other, I think most, honestly, when I'm going through this list, I think I've got the direction that you all want to go. I'm not going to belabor it. There's a section, obviously we have this whole section delineated for the ethics compliance officer that isn't required by law, but I don't recommend removing that in any way, shape, or form. Because Vivian's here to keep you all out of any issues with respect to that, so I would recommend keeping it. Quite frankly, though, but I think the rest of it, I understand where you all are coming from, and we can do a red line to get you all where you want to go. So that will take some time, obviously. She and I will have to sit down and go through it, unless there's any other, I was getting there.
Okay, all right, sorry.
That's all right. Unless there are any other sections you all want to cover in this list, I think we're good.
I would agree with that. I'd like to see what you guys bring back, and then we can dig in more. But Member Gallo did buzz in, so go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So earlier, Mr. Palmerini and I discussed something that was of concern to me because it would hurt the vendor. So under what you just said, that would just revert to state law, correct?
Mm-hmm. That's the direction
Yes.
I understand is everywhere where it needs to revert to state law, it reverts to state law.
Okay, perfect. That's all I'm going to
Great.
make sure I understood that.
Great. And thank you, Mr. Palmerini, for wrapping us up quickly on this one, quicker than it needed to be. I see that Mr. Russo here has moved up towards the front, but I did just get a note that if the board is interested in taking a break, there is some food in the back. If you feel like you need that, do we want to do that, or do we want to just keep moving on? Because we do still have 2 more things to do. Break? Okay, let's do a short one, guys. 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to begin again. Hello, thank you for everyone that has joined us. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Vasquez.
I'm so excited that we have Dr. Russo here to help present the information on the progress and successes of our students in our comprehensive advanced studies program. What you're going to see is that we've made some incredible strides. We still have areas where we want to grow, but overall I can say I'm extremely proud of the work of our teachers, our students, and our staff to bring about the supports necessary so our students are successful in the advanced programming. So Dr. Russo, turning it over to you.
All right, thank you. I just want to make sure the presentation is showing on the screen. Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right.
Dr. Russo, I don't know that your mic's on because I think I turned it off when I left.
You got it?
Yeah, there
All right.
you go.
There we go. All right. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Byrd, board members, and Superintendent Vasquez. Today we are here to provide a strategic plan update for advanced studies participation and performance for the 2023-2024 school year. The Advanced Studies Department within Curriculum and Digital Learning directly supports the OCPS 2025 strategic plan objective of high expectations for student learning by supporting students and teachers through increasing participation and performance in meaningful accelerated pathways. Shown on this slide are the advanced studies programs offered throughout OCPS. During this presentation, we will discuss Advanced Placement, or AP, Cambridge Assessment International Education, or Cambridge, the International Baccalaureate, or IB. While the majority of our programs can be found at high schools, we have expanded program access to include both elementary and middle schools through the consideration of community needs and feeder patterns. Additionally, to help clarify terms we will be using throughout the presentation, we have created an FAQ document that was provided to you and can also be accessed by clicking on the slide header. Does everybody have an FAQ document? Yeah, okay. To provide further insights, I would like to introduce Dr. Rebecca Hunt, Director of Advanced Studies, who will share additional key highlights and data.
Thank you, Dr. Russo. Thank you, Dr. Russo. To begin, we will highlight district-wide trends and individual course successes for AP, Cambridge, and IB. Let's delve into the impressive achievements of our AP students in the 2023-2024 school year. A remarkable 4,841 students earned the prestigious AP Scholar Award, recognizing their dedication and success in achieving scores of 3 or higher on 3 or more AP exams. This represents a significant increase of 720 AP scholars compared to the 2022-2023 school year, showcasing the growing success of our students challenging themselves with rigorous coursework. Additionally, 192 students earned the coveted AP Capstone Diploma, signifying their completion of rigorous coursework in AP Seminar, AP Research, and 4 additional AP exams of their choice. This represents a slight increase from the 190 AP Capstone Diplomas earned in the 2022-2023 school year. Our students who took the new AP Pre-Calculus course demonstrated exceptional performance, achieving a district passing rate of 72%. Among the senior students who took and passed this course as their highest level math course, an impressive 48% earned their first college credits. The 2024 AP exam pass rate for OCPS was 59%, marking the highest rate since 2016 and a significant 6% increase compared to the 2023 AP exam series. Our newest program, Cambridge Advanced, achieved remarkable success in the 2023-2024 school year. A total of 336 students earned the Cambridge Advanced International Certificate of Education, or ACE diploma, compared to 251 ACE diplomas earned in the 2022-2023 school year. This accomplishment allows students to qualify for the Florida Academic Scholars 100% Scholarship Award through the Florida Bright Futures Scholarship Program without meeting the ACT or SAT requirement. Furthermore, 93% of Cambridge ACE diploma students who would not have otherwise qualified were able to achieve the prestigious Florida Academic Scholars Award through the successful completion of their ACE diploma. OCPS Cambridge students outperform students nationally in a variety of courses, including Literature and English AS level, with a district pass rate of 63% compared to the national pass rate of 61%. Our students also surpassed the national pass rate in the English General Paper AS level course, with a district-wide pass rate of 77% compared to the national pass rate of 73%. The high success rate in this introductory course sets students up for success on their path to achieving the ACE diploma. With the expansion of Cambridge offerings at our traditional high schools, OCPS was awarded Cambridge Large District of the Year for its increased access to rigorous Cambridge curriculum and strong student performance on Cambridge exams over the last 3 years. Our long tradition of success with the International Baccalaureate, or IB program, has continued with 170 students earning the prestigious IB diploma, building upon the success of the 2022-2023 school year, which saw 164 students achieve this distinction. This accomplishment allows students to qualify for the Florida Academic Scholars 100% Scholarship Award through the Florida Bright Futures Scholarship Program without meeting the ACT or SAT requirement. 58% of IB diploma students who would not have otherwise qualified were able to achieve the prestigious Florida Academic Scholars Award through the successful completion of their IB diploma. Furthermore, the Theory of Knowledge course, which is essential for students to earn the IB diploma, had a district passing rate of 83%. OCPS IB students outperform students globally in the following subjects: History HL or higher level with a district pass rate of 81%, compared to the global pass rate of 71%, Business Management SL or standard level with a district pass rate of 74% compared to the global pass rate of 72%. It's important to note that HL courses require at least 240 hours of study, typically spanning 2 school years, while SL courses require at least 150 hours of study, typically completed in 1 school year. Let's take a look at the growth of advanced studies exam participation over the past 3 years. Analysis of advanced studies exam participation reveals a significant upward trend. As illustrated in the bar graph, participation has steadily increased, with 37,805 exams taken in the 21-2022 school year, 44,893 in the 2022-2023 school year, and 54,419 in the 2023-2024 school year. This represents a notable 41% increase from the 2021-2022 school year to the 2023-2024 school year, indicating growing student engagement in advanced coursework. Further, looking at individual programs, the number of AP exams increased to 36,497 in the 2023-2024 school year. The expansion of the Cambridge Advanced program across all traditional OCPS high schools led to a substantial increase in Cambridge exams, reaching 15,984. Additionally, IB exam participation rose to 1,938. We will now transition to a discussion of performance on Advanced Studies Spring 2024 exams. Orange County Public Schools' advanced placement exam performance was similar to other large districts within the state of Florida. OCPS students passed 21,546 AP exams during the May 2024 exam administration, equating to 59% of students receiving a qualifying score of 3, 4, or 5. This is a 6% increase when compared to the May 2023 exam pass rate of 53%. In the 2023-2024 exam administration, these 21,546 passing scores led to 118,214 college credits, saving OCPS families approximately $23.6 million in college tuition. This is based on the state university's average cost of $200.08 per credit hour and the maximum number of credit hours students are eligible to receive according to the FDOE credit by exam equivalencies. OCPS Cambridge students took their examinations in April, May, and June of the 2023-2024 school year. District-wide Cambridge advanced exam performance has increased from 5,121 exams passed to 9,441 exams passed, showing an 84% increase from the 2022-2023 school year. As a result, OCPS Cambridge students earned 29,068 college credits, saving OCPS families approximately $5.8 million in college tuition based on the state university system's average cost per credit hour. IB performance in the 2023-2024 school year remained steady with national exam performance. OCPS IB students successfully passed 1,755 exams in the spring 2024 exam series, compared to 1,593 exams in the spring 2023 exam series. IB students earned 7,440 college credits, saving OCPS families approximately $1.5 million in college tuition based on the state university system's average cost per credit hour. Let's now take a look at enrollment and participation in advanced studies courses, which includes Advanced Placement, Cambridge Advanced, and the International Baccalaureate. OCPS has remained overall steady in providing college equivalent coursework options, showing a 21% increase in student enrollments. To further clarify, the substantial increase is a result of Advanced Studies program expansions and department structures focusing on our goal to make Advanced Studies courses more accessible to any student willing to take on the challenge of these rigorous programs. OCPS offerings to students with advanced studies pathways have continued to grow. In the last year, we have added 13 new advanced studies programs at our traditional high schools, increasing participation and providing students diverse pathways to success. Advanced studies programs offer, at the elementary and middle school levels, prepare students for rigorous coursework through the development of outstanding transferable skills that include critical thinking, research, and collaboration. In our high schools, we've continued to focus on providing diverse pathways to success for students. For example, allowing students to be a Cambridge Advanced ACE diploma-seeking student, IB diploma-seeking student, or take individual courses that best fit their post-secondary plans. Additionally, through the OCPS.net homepage, by selecting current families, then selecting academic paths under the Quick Links section, OCPS families can access the OCPS Academic Paths webpage to explore advanced studies options available to their students. Our advanced studies supports continue to focus on student needs and the premise that high school students, many of who will be first-generation college students, need experiences in high school that are well aligned with higher education practices to ensure that student success translates to their post-secondary path. Holistically, the research has indicated that the skills gained through these types of support can impact students' personal growth and success in college. Included in the support we offer to students is AP tutoring, which is offered all year at OCPS high schools for each AP subject. CLEP testing sessions are offered 3 times throughout the school year, or students have the option of participating in a week-long summer camp that prepares students for the culminating CLEP exam at the end of the summer. Our Advanced Studies Symposium is designed to empower rising juniors, connecting them with colleges and universities, student organizations, and financial aid experts, where students can begin to build their post-secondary portfolios. Additionally, they can learn about advanced course options to enhance their high school experience. Furthermore, our active participation in parent nights at our high schools help us provide valuable information regarding advanced studies pathways available to students. To ensure that students are set up for success, we provide a multitude of teacher professional learning opportunities with AP, Cambridge, and IB that include topics such as data, available resources, program development, and subject-specific content. Teachers can participate in AP, Cambridge, and IB professional learning throughout the school year and summer. OCPS also offers district-wide PLCs to advanced studies teachers. PLCs are offered 3 times per school year to support collaboration and growth in a variety of subject areas. Additionally, we provide support to program coordinators with quarterly meetings, school support visits, and examination support. Thank you, and I will now turn this presentation back over to Superintendent Vasquez for any additional comments.
Thank you, Dr. Hunt and Dr. Russo. Board members, as you can see, we really made some wonderful strides across subgroups, across the various offerings within our Advanced Studies program. We know we still have room to grow, but I really am extremely proud of the impact the collaboration between the district and the schools has had on our students. And so we're ready to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Superintendent. We have a few board members that have some comments. Member Salamanca.
Thank you, Chair, and I agree. These are some very great numbers and how much progress we've done on increasing just the access and the opportunity for our students to be in these rigorous programs, really. Okay, a couple of questions. So one, for the IB diploma, do they need to pass all 6 class exams? Is that how it works?
Yes, they have to pass all of the exams. They also have to complete a course called TOK, where they write an extended essay, and the essay is graded by the IB as well. And they also have to complete a CAS, which is like a community service project.
Got it. Okay. So I was doing a bit of numbers here. And so when you do one in the future, it would be helpful to also understand pass rates. Because it's great that folks are taking these exams, but it's also important to know if they're passing them. And I know we track them, and I got some of the numbers by doing the pass exams divided by the amount of people taking it, right? So what I was curious was comparing the AP pass rates, seems to be about 60%. The Cambridge pass rates are 60%, and then the IB ones are 91%. Is that about right?
And I would have to look at my data real quick to confirm that. The IB tends to be a little bit higher because it's a smaller number of students. It's also a different type of student. Often IB doesn't target that middle of the road student, and Cambridge and AP do a better job at targeting that specific student. And we also have seen a change in what students want to take post-COVID. So the IB requires a lot of commitment on the students' part.
Right.
We've seen a lot of them say, well, I'd rather take Cambridge and get a Cambridge diploma because it provides me with like additional electives I can take, or I can take other AP courses. And the same with AP being more of an a la carte model minus the capstone diploma.
No, it makes sense. I think one of the things we're definitely doing well is to provide more options and choices. One of my biggest areas of concern, though, is one, these choices can be overwhelming, and also each of these programs have, call it, their own pathways, right? So AP, you could take any AP class, get some credit, call it a day. Then there is the AP Scholar, right, which is you pass at least 3 exams with a score of 3. That pass rate drops from 60% of our students passing some of these exams taken to only 13% of all our students doing AP Scholar. Then there's an even smaller path, which is the next pathway in AP, is you do AP Seminar, AP Research, and then you do 4 AP classes in some combination. That gives you the AP Capstone Diploma. That number of students, if my math is right, tell me if I'm wrong, it's 192 divided by the 36,000. So that's less than 1% of our students are getting the AP Capstone Diploma. That drop in the funnel of percentages is the same across all of them. So Cambridge, the pass rate is about 60% of our students, but Cambridge Diploma is only 2% of our students. And then with IB, we have 91% pass rate. It is a much smaller number. They're doing great. But the IB diploma is only 8%. And so my question is, what are we doing to work with our schools to make sure that the students have access to reaching all parts of the pathway? Because what I worry, and when I talk to some of our students, it's like, great, my high school offers 5 of these ACE classes, and then 4 of these APs, and maybe 2 of these IBs. Unless I am like a guru in like my master schedule, I can't reach, call it mastery or peak pathway with any of them. I have to do this combination of buffet of some ACE classes, some AP classes, some do enrollment, and what ends up happening is their diploma looks all over the place. And colleges, one of the things they're looking for is mastery, commitment, ability to like figure out and go deep with some of these pathways. So I'm all for having more options, more choices, more classes in advanced placement. But from what I've understood from our students, they're feeling a little confused, as well as it's really frustrating for them to create their own schedule when they can be in one or another path. Back in the day, it used to be one school was just IB, one school was just Cambridge, one school was just AP. And as long as you took enough of those advanced classes, you would just like automatically meet that pathway to that diploma or to that capstone, because that was all there was. And so you had probably many more students in that opportunity. Now I think they're missing the mark at like that percentage. And so I'm just curious, how are we working with our principals and our schools to help them determine the question, how many of these programs do you offer? Or are we saying you have to offer all 2 or 3? Just wondering though.
Yeah, so we meet with principals individually every year. We actually go through, and that's something I think that's impacted our participation as well, because we create course progressions for every school, because we found out years ago that it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. We can't, we used to have a practice of putting majority of our students in AP Human Geography in 9th grade, but we found out students have other interests. They're interested in STEM fields. They're interested maybe more in ELA. They're interested more in, some are interested in social studies and want to take that path. So with the diplomas dropping off, we've really veered away from telling students that you're locked in this specific pathway once you start high school. So maybe you take English General Paper as a common Cambridge course. You take that course and you realize, I actually don't think Cambridge is for me. That's okay. Then my 10th grade year, I can take some AP courses. I can take some dual enrollment. Maybe I decide that an AP capstone diploma is now my path, because that begins in 10th grade. So we've been giving students more options in that way. And I also think it depends on how where the student wants to attend college. So it's been a conversation we've had, also training guidance counselors the past 2 years, to really talk about, if you want to go out of state, what is the best program for you to be in? What's the path that you want to select? So when we build those progressions for principals, we give them options for every type of student, so that we've created more individualized. It's not perfect. We're still working on it, but it is something that we've been addressing, because we know that is a need. And I think there's been some miscommunication that have gone, every way in regarding to the programs and how they can be used. But what we've tried not to do is really not say you have to stick with this one path, you have to stick with this one thing. And a lot of students with IB, it dropping off is essentially that, if you fail one exam, you don't have the opportunity to retake that exam or try to get that diploma again.
Yeah, I think maybe what I'm talking about is a little bit more of that Cambridge and AP choice. Like it's really hard to reach that diploma level with Cambridge or AP if you are doing both. And I agree, it's fine for us to have choice, but I'm not sure how many of our students know.
So the programs don't technically compete with each other. So the way that we build course progressions, especially with Cambridge, offers some courses that AP doesn't. Like, for example, they offer travel and tourism. They offer drama, which AP doesn't offer. So they offer some electives that students get that are at that 6-point weighting. They're more rigorous courses than they get with AP. So when we build out a progression, we essentially build Cambridge and AP together. But it doesn't mean that every student's going to take a diploma path. Maybe they don't want to earn that diploma. And a lot of students with capstone, it's more of the honor of earning this capstone diploma, because it doesn't equate Bright Futures as Cambridge does.
Yes, it's not Bright Futures, but like if you get any of these diplomas, because that's a real way to show, as we talked about, like the depth and breadth and mastery of one of these paths, right? Like College Board has their point of view and thesis on why that path is great. Cambridge does too. They view themselves as full packages. I'm not saying that we have to be in that way, but I'm not sure that, aside from our counselors and principals understanding how they're all different and maybe it's a buffet, that our families and students are as aware of the fact that, yes, you can do the buffet and that's available to everyone. But if you don't want the buffet, like here's the way that you can kind of excel and commit as well. Because before, a lot of the students would just have that just because one school would just be IB or one school would just be Cambridge.
And that's something we've been working on, because we do realize that there is more education we can do for parents and students. We were doing parent academies, but often we would get elementary and middle school parents that maybe weren't to that level yet. So we tried to focus more on parent nights, curriculum nights. A lot of our high schools host advanced studies nights, which we help them with and build information for parents in that way, so it's more customized to the school. We also working with student services to look at various communication platforms that we can build something out for parents to have that information. But I will say we're still working on that parent communication side.
No, I appreciate it, and I think a lot of the in-person events are great for answering those questions. But even just having like graphics on our website that say this is it, like just I worry when we have a lot of dependency on the right people telling the right people the right thing, rather than potentially having one or two resources to go to that has that. And so when I went on our website to the new current families and then going to the pathways, and I go to high school and I click an AP, it gives me a list of every high school that offers AP. If I'm a parent, I don't know what AP is. I don't know the difference between AP or Cambridge or Magnum programs. If I'm looking at just all the schools that have it, I also don't know anything about AP as a program. Like, I don't know what AP Scholar is. I don't know what AP Diploma is. So it's like we're doing a little bit, but if I don't know that as a parent, I would go on this website and get that much helpful here. All I'm getting is, here's a high school path. It's called Advanced Placement, and here's all the schools that have it. I don't know how many parents would be like, that's, like, I know so much now from that. And so I think if we do have this place on our website that has these pathways, then let's actually show the pathways would be my preference. And we have it. Like you said, you're talking to principals about this and guidance counselors about this. I'm sure there's a couple graphics. If we could just bring that into the website, I think it would make a huge difference. Because I think it's great for us to have more numbers of more students taking AP classes, but if we're talking about some of the stuff in the Portrait of a Graduate that we talked about, I think there's some numbers on who reaches kind of the AP, like, and AP Scholars, we have good numbers in AP Scholar, because if you go to a school that has a lot of AP classes, chances are that you're going to get your 3 in 3 classes and you got that. And some students get to that point and they're like, I didn't even know this was like a thing to get AP Scholar or AP Diploma, right? So I want to avoid that based on what I've heard from students.
And we also, and that's one of the things that we've been working on and we plan to work on this summer, is that our advanced studies information is also housed in the curriculum and digital learning tab on the webpage, where there's detailed information about each program. So we've been working on how we can kind of streamline that information so that it's all there for families. And then high schools also house that information on their web pages as well.
Yeah, the pathways are there. That's what I was saying. When I go on there, and then it says high school, middle, or which one's this one?
So we've been having those same discussions of how to streamline it, how to make it easy. We've talked about student testimonials, what does the course look like? And that's why we've kind of expanded what the student contact. So just to kind of describe a little bit about, and I think Becky's being modest, the meetings that she's been having with principals over the last 2 years with her teams and with Mr. Martinez there. They meet with each of the principals. They look at AP Potential Report, which not just for AP, but shows what students are showing an aptitude from, looks at demographic information, looks at exactly what Board Member Salamanca's referring to is, are the right courses being offered in the right community? Are we looking at pass rates overall? Making sure that if they are on a Cambridge track, there's a diploma track, and schools are adding that diploma. Cambridge was a new addition a few years ago. We offer it at all of the schools. All of the schools don't offer the diploma track, but those that are building that out to make sure they have the right courses. And this happened even when we build new high schools, because that came up as a concern. Also, the guidance counselors making sure that they're helping the students pick the right courses. So that is noted, and we appreciate the feedback.
And I would say something else we added just this last summer, so it was like our inaugural year of doing it. We had an advanced studies symposium, and during that symposium we basically wanted students to be able to build their portfolio for college. So if I'm a rising junior, how am I getting some of this information to be able to prepare for that? So we had student organizations there. We had like the honor societies at the schools. We had clubs. We had SGA. We also had some Q&A time for our college and career department here at the district, where parents and their families could come and ask questions. And then we also had representatives from all our advanced programs. So we had AP Cambridge. We also had representative from College Board's Big Future program that helps provide scholarship money for students. We also had a representative from CLEP as well. And we also had a representative from Bright Futures. And then we had a number of colleges and universities so students could kind of get the full picture. We were actually close to public transportation. So we had 350 students attend with their parents. So they were able to get program information that way. And we've been working on trying to grow it for this year and add additional items. So I think that'll also help with parents and students getting the correct information.
Wonderful. Thank you, Member Salamanca. That was a lot of good information. Member Felder.
First of all, thank you for your extensive and very thorough report. And Tuesday, I had an opportunity to share with the board when I went to one of my schools, Oak Ridge, who had installation of the Cambridge Scholars Club. And looking at, I like this. When I was in high school, some eons, years ago, I was not a good test taker, standardized test taker. But this kind of program would have been wonderful for me. Even though I graduated in the top 10 of my class, and I was in all of these clubs, and when they look at diplomas, may now look at IB or Cambridge. Back then, they looked at your time in public service, community service, in addition to how well you were doing in school and your leadership in clubs and so forth. But when I went to Oak Ridge, and while at Edgewater, they had the Cambridge program bought at Edgewater back in before I left. And, this gives the middle of the road student who may not be totally AP, but they're very conscientious about their study. It does something for their self-esteem. And I gave them the history of the Cambridge and where it came from, and how proud they should be. I'm really excited, even though, looking at when you talked about the percentage, where we went from 53 to 59, some of that percentage, I'm happy that there are more choices. And just as Board Member Salamanca brought out, I think that's something to consider. Some of the suggestions she gave, she's much younger than most of us. She probably is close to remembering those kinds of things, taking AB classes and so forth. But I think that's important. But what I want to commend you on is the fact this district has offered the students a variety of ways to become scholarly and to see the success rate. I am just so happy that we have this. And then one of the things I think you mentioned about the drop, well, I think when Oak Ridge chose to have the Cambridge Scholars, but also the Cambridge Club, that will also improve participation from students. It makes them excited about being academic and doing well. So I like the program. I'm so excited that there's a fresh alternative to students for children that want to be smart, want to be considered as smart. You have this Cambridge program. So I am so excited. The fact that we offer more IB programs at more of our high schools. And I just think that this is a very unique way to encourage students to want to be smart. It makes it popular for them to want to be smart. Again, it is a work in progress, as I realize that. And I don't want us to ever limit ourselves because it's a work in process, but be prepared to go through the process. Be prepared for the progression, because you're not gonna hurry up and do it right away. There's gonna be some drops and stuff, but just stick with programs like this. Keep it in our schools as much as possible, because children need choices. They need choices, and we cannot relinquish the drive to academia. We cannot. We have to always keep that first and foremost. So I'm excited about the Advanced Studies Symposium that you do for the students, and I'm really excited about Oak Ridge, their participation with the Cambridge Club. Mm-hmm. I was so excited, and they seemed so happy and felt the self-esteem. They were just so happy that they could be named as a part of that. So I appreciate that. So I just wanted to, put that out. And I'm hoping that we can consider some of the things that Board Member Salamanca said, take that in serious consideration so that we can improve what we're doing. Salamanca. Thank you, baby. Salamanca. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I know my name, Vicki Felder.
Thank you, Member Felder. Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to commend you not only for this great presentation, but for the fact that you've been in here for a very long time, so your patience with us as we get through ethics, and the fact that you're looking at us straight in the eye without yawning at this point, when I can barely keep my eyes on a piece of paper for more than 2 seconds. I'm just in awe of. So I have just a couple of questions. When we did the deep dive into some of our advanced studies, did we break it down by demographics? Like, do we have a demographic breakdown on who
Yes.
is really excelling? The increases that we saw in the percentages, amongst what demographics were we seeing those increases? And then did we take a larger look, like by schools, or some schools doing it very well, where other schools maybe are seeing less of an increase, that are kind of below the mark of the numbers that you just gave us versus at them? Because these are all averages.
Yes. So we've noticed that, so with demographics, we report with principals when we have our individual principal meetings. We look at all of advanced study enrollment compared to their whole school enrollment. And then we also look at the AP program, and we look at courses that have a wider access. So we'll look at like AP Seminar, which is a more accessible course to students, and see what the demographics look like in that course compared to whole school enrollment. And then we'll also look at the demographics of earning the capstone diploma. For Cambridge, we look at the English General Paper course because it's the entry-level course, comparing the enrollment to the demographics of the whole school. And then we do the same with IB along with their diploma. We don't look at the performance, but we could look at the performance. What we've been really focused on is the enrollment side, because there's a lot of research that says that the experience of being in that class is what helps you, to that next level, to that college level. It's not necessarily about the exam score, but it's definitely something we could have. Another piece is really we realize that the programs are meeting two different types of students. So often with AP, we see more of a student that's good at taking standardized tests. They're more good at multiple choice. They can do those little FRQ sections of the exam. When we look at Cambridge, Cambridge has no multiple choice. It's tell me what you know, write about it. And so it really meets two different types of students when we look at their achievement. So we see some of the schools where maybe their scores are higher in Cambridge than they are in AP, or higher in AP than they are in Cambridge. It really just depends on what best fits the student.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And my next question is, I know that we're tracking and we're seeing increases in advanced studies, which is fabulous. What about dual enrollment? Are those applicable? Like, are you seeing more of an increase in dual enrollment? And I'll tell you why I'm asking in a minute. Or more of an increase in AP? Because I see that for a lot of the definitions of like being an AP scholar and even the AP capstone, which I'm going to talk about in a second, you get a level 3, and you can get that type of designation. But most colleges won't accept a level 3 as a pass rate. Don't most of them? It has to be like a 4 or a 5 or a 6 to really for them to collect that class and give you class credit?
It depends on the course. There are credit by exam equivalencies for the all public universities in Florida. For example, AP English Language, if you score a 3 on that exam, you get credit for ENC 1101, which is college composition. If you were to score a 4 or 5, you get an ENC 1101 and 1102 credit. So it really just depends on the course. Typically 3s will grant introductory level courses, and then 4s or 5 will give you additional credit.
Okay, and are we seeing an increase in dual enrollment?
And dual enrollment is not my area.
It's not your area. Okay, that's fine. And the reason, like I had 2 daughters, and one of them did dual enrollment their senior year. She would have done it both junior and senior because it fit her personality. She did not like. She didn't like being told what to do. I'm trying to think of a better way to say it, but she didn't like. Like she didn't like to have to be told when to go to class and when to leave class and to be in class. Like she just didn't do well in that environment where it was just so done for her. I want to say regiment, and I know that's not the correct word, but she just didn't like that, and she didn't do particularly well in high school. She went to Valencia and did dual enrollment, and she flourished. She did well and she made good grades, and it was because she got to choose her classes. She got to choose when she went to her classes, and it was just the freedom that she craved that she didn't get in high school. My other one wanted no part of dual enrollment. She loved her high school, loved her friends. She wanted to be involved. She took AP all the way. My older daughter took away a lot more credits that could be applied to college than my one that did the AP because of the scoring. And she went through, her high school at the time had AP capstone. And so I always remember, I was actually a former board member that used to be on this board, before I was ever on the board, told me, if you want like the high school experience, and absolutely you got to go in the advanced studies and you do that route, but if you're really just looking to get college credit that you know you're going to get, dual enrollment is easier to pass. And as long as you get a C or above, you get college credit for it. Yeah, so I guess the point I'm trying to make here, which has nothing to do with y'all, so again, thank you for indulging me, but this is great news, and I want more of our students to really be in the AP so they can stay in school and experience at high school, because you only get high school once in your life. Like, you don't ever get to go back, and just the whole experience of the football games, the basketball games, and the rallies, and the dress-up days, and all that you get to do at schools is what makes it so much fun. When you do dual enroll, even part-time, you're disengaging from the school, and you're not likely to be as involved. However, when we do graduation, for those who would like to be a valedictorian or salutatorian, unless you are in dual enrollment, it's very hard to compete. Some of it is due to what member Salamanca brought up about just there being enough classes available to get to where you need to be. And if you're in two different programs, it wouldn't matter because of the way they're weighted. But it seems like year after year after year, when I'm at graduations, it's more and more dual enrollment students that are getting that valedictorian, and other students would like to have it, but they just can't do it if they're in the traditional sense of high school. And what bothers me is that we want kids in our schools. Like, we want to retain them, and it's almost like we're encouraging them to leave and go into dual enrollment if they do want to be in the top 10% of their class, or they do have a goal of being valedictorian. So for years, I've been like, can we do one for dual enrollment, one for like advanced studies for those that stayed in classes, or can we figure out a way to weight them? And I know that they're weighted because the superintendent's looking at me and she's going to chime in that they're weighted. But you have certain courses that count as one class in high school, but count as two in dual enrollment. So that's how they get those extra points in that higher GPA average. So I just wanted to go on my soapbox and for that, because I've been saying it for years. Again, I know it has nothing to do with you. I'm going to let the superintendent chime in, and then I do have a question about capstone.
Thank you, Member Gallo. Superintendent.
Thank you. So we have tried to expand the virtual options for dual enrollment, right? And so I think our latest, and I'm looking at Dr. Broncan, I believe is with Berry University. It's going to be offered at several of our schools. We have some with the University of Florida. And so they are available. Lake Nona High School is the exception because the campus is right next to it, but we have been looking for opportunities to expand that, but it would be virtually, and then they are able to take a year-long course in one semester so that they are more equal footing. So it's coming.
Oh, that's great news. Thank you. And then in reference to the AP capstone diploma, my daughter, as I mentioned earlier, went to East River. I think it was the first year that they offered AP capstone. And so she took AP research and AP seminar. It was by far the best two classes that she could have taken that prepared her for college. Bar none, end of story. Like, she had such an easier time, especially with research papers and things that she needed to do, especially in her master's level classes. Like, those two classes, I just can't speak highly enough of them and what they teach. Mm-hmm. That critical thinking and the ability to research and all that you don't typically get. I noticed that it says that we have that the AP capstone, I think, is only offered in 15 of our high schools.
Yes.
do we have any plans to expand that? Because I think every high school should have an AP seminar and AP research class available for those students. I think every high school. I just, yeah, I really, and the kids that want to go to college would be the kids that would be participating in those classes. But I just think that all 23 high schools should have that available to their students. And my next question would be the AP research and seminar, if it's not at their school, are they able to take that online? Is that class available virtually if they wanted to do so, or no?
I'm not sure about the online option. I do know that they do have cohort models for FLVS, and I think OCPS does as well, but I'm not sure if they're offered to students on a a la carte basis if they're a student at a school and that's their main home. I will say that when it comes to capstone, the schools that don't offer it most of them are IB schools because they offer more of an extensive IB diploma program. And then the other ones, they offer more of an extensive Cambridge diploma program where they're offering more than the 7 classes required for the diploma. They may be offering anywhere from 10 to 16, so it really just depends. One of the things we've really been focused on is College Board. It used to be a requirement that you had to be on the path to the capstone diploma to be able to take AP seminar. So you had to take seminar and research together. Now seminar can be offered by itself, so you can take it as just an English elective, essentially. So we've really been promoting that with the schools because College Board has shown a lot of data where students that were successful in AP seminar, they gained a lot of research and writing skills that actually increased their scores in other exam areas. So we've really been focusing on the students that have AP potential for that course, and then maybe from there the schools might grow some capstone diplomas from that point if there's student interest. But really been focusing on adding AP seminar and getting students there for that.
That's wonderful. I will say that my youngest daughter is one of the best writers in our family. She often writes my speeches. Well, now AI's kind of taken over. She's gotten busy. But, I mean, I would literally be like, this is a topic I want to discuss at graduation. I need a speech. And during a car ride, she would write it for me, and it would be the most fabulous speech I've ever heard in my life. So I'm going to attribute that to AP seminar. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Gallo. Thank you for being so honest about who's really writing your speeches. That is very interesting. I am cued in next, and I think this is really a great discussion. We met earlier in the year because I had so many questions about this as well that were brought to me by one of my schools, and you did such a good job of explaining it all to me. And once I understood that we were looking at a more of like a la carte type thing and a more of diverse pathways, and they can pick and choose what they're doing, and that wasn't really what was being communicated in the schools, and you were working to correct that and make sure that everybody understood that what the goal was, then it all kind of made more sense to me. And in what Member Salamanca was talking about, though, is kind of the opposite side to that coin, right? To what you and I, in that conversation we had when we talked about this and about having really well-rounded kids that had exposure to so many different things. She's talking about those select few, and this is her world too, because that was the kind of kid she was. And I know she's left, so now I don't want to talk about her while she's not here, but she's brilliant, right? So she was that kind of kid that wanted this kind of that capstone diploma, and there are those kids those are the kids that are going to target that kind of path. But when we're looking at like what we're seeing now with colleges, a lot of them, though she's saying that some of them want to see that really in-depth study, a lot of them are really looking for kids that is not, the AP capstone diploma was not the only thing they accomplished in high school. You know, we're having kids that have those AP capstone diplomas and all those other, 5.2 GPAs that are not getting the college acceptances that they should be getting, that are in the top 10 of the class at the high school. And when I've talked to Mr. Martinez about that, when he's talked to admissions counselors, it's because they say, well, we're not looking at just that anymore because those kids couldn't carry on a conversation, which was the same thing we heard from our business people in the community when we looked at Portrait of a Graduate, that we need kids to not always be so focused on the core, on the curriculum, so much that they're not living the rest of their life, right? And not getting a well-rounded education and not experiencing all the things like what Member Gallo was talking about. Because I know a lot of kids that are coming home from high school that are in like ACE program or trying for that AP capstone diploma that are doing 6 and 7 hours of homework at night. And my daughter has some friends that she gets, every time I say, call so-and-so, she's like, she can't do anything. She's at home doing homework. And the child never goes out. I'm not kidding, never goes out, this one child. So there's so many of them that are living like that. And then on top of all of that, we have the whole mental health crisis that our teenagers have gone through for the past 20 years, that we've been pushing these advanced studies. Not that it's not, I'm totally not trying to come down on advanced studies, because I think they are wonderful and they have a place. But my whole point to this conversation is I feel like we are in the right direction in the conversation that we had, where we're looking at, you can do this, you can do some ACE, you can try some you can try some AP, find something that fits for you, and let's look at the whole experience and the whole child and where you want to go. And I love having the conversation with, what school do you want to go to? And let's try to figure out how you get there. Because it's not always with like it used to be, anymore. The schools are noticing, I think, where we went wrong in some ways, pushing some of these kids so far that they were missing so many of the other important skills that they needed. So, that was a lot to just say that I think we are on the right path. But it was interesting to me that she brought up the other side of that, where, if we're offering all these options, are we still offering that real definitive path for those few children that, are trying for the Ivy Leagues, that really want to, get those things? So I thought that was an interesting discussion, that we still try to make sure those options are open for those kids. But for the majority of the kids that we're trying to just have a good high school experience, hopefully, and also get to college, and especially the ones that we see that, we had this conversation about my high schools, because I was concerned about if the kids were the ones getting the ACE diploma, or that weren't able to pass the ACT or the SAT requirement for Right Futures, right? How many of those that actually is? Like, because my thinking was, well, if you're getting the ACE diploma, then you're probably getting the score in ACT, SAT, ACT for Bright Futures. And what we found out is that wasn't true.
Yes.
That this really was a big advantage. And that is a huge, and I just met with students at Wekiva yesterday, and so many of them that I've known for so long, and I asked them how their college thing is going. They're like, great, I'm getting 100% Bright Futures because I got my ACE diploma. And, they're excited because they wouldn't be able to go to college otherwise. And so that kind of opportunity, I love that we have it there for those kids that need it. And the only other thing I wanted to comment was to talk a little bit more about what Member Salamanca was talking about it all being easy access for parents. And I talk about this all the time. And we talked about it when we were talking about Zello, about that there was an option to put in pathways, and we're working on that, right? So that's what I've always envisioned, where a parent can log into their child's whatever program and see in 8th grade, oh, look at this class over here you could take here, and then you could take this, and then you get this diploma that does this, or you can do this. If they could see it like in a little virtual world with things they can click on with explanations, and I think that is the end goal, right? That one-stop shop, Dr. Armbruster, that we talked about several years ago. That's it for me. Mine was more of a commentary, but I think our next board member to speak is Member Vanos.
Thank you so much. My first question is, first of all, thank you, and I'm so happy to see this. I love that we have more advanced options for students. It's maybe not for everyone, but I'm so glad that for people who want it, they can. We're seeing more kids go into AP. We're seeing more kids go into other programs too. First, I just wanted to ask about the AP. So I see for ACE and for IB, students can qualify for the Bright Futures, but that's not true for AP?
No, the capstone diploma is not written in statute that way, only the Cambridge ACE diploma and the IB diploma.
Okay. Thank you. I have just notes that are kind of all over the place, but I did want to echo what Member Gallo said about the AP Research and Seminar, and whether or not a student decides to go for the capstone. I think those two classes are so critical for, and my daughter's also in them, just for critical thinking and for understanding how to use sources and the value of sources. And I just think in the society that we're living in now, that class in particular, those two classes are so important. So I would love to see, again, I'm not saying we have to push everyone to get the capstone, but even just to participate in those two classes. And I do think I would love to see that option as well in all of our high schools. And I would hate to see, just because they have an ACE program, that they also just don't have an option to take those two. So that's one point I wanted to make. I also wanted to say, okay, unrelated, that your building portfolio that you had for I guess, students who were going to be juniors, I think it was this past summer?
Yes, for rising juniors, yes.
Okay. My daughter overslept, so she did not make it. But I've heard from many people that it was an amazing event. And so I just wanted to say many students and parents just had really great things to say about it. So thank you for doing that. And hopefully you'll do it again. And maybe my second daughter we'll set her alarm and we'll make it. Okay, also wanted to speak to Member Salamanca's, when she was talking about just the choices, and again, I do think it's really great for our students to explore, but I would like to see just a clearer pathway. I think it is very confusing, and so this is my third year in high school at Open House was the first time I learned that ACE could be used for Bright Futures. I didn't even know that. And I was wondering why we even honestly had it. But so I didn't even know that. So maybe just making that a little bit clearer, and going along with the communication piece, and I guess I can ask you this question. When someone graduates with one of the AP diplomas or one of the ACE diplomas, is one of them better received by colleges?
So it really just depends on where the student wants to go to school. So those are some of the conversations that we're having with parents. So if I want to attend college out of state, AP and earning an AP capstone diploma is probably going to be a better fit for me, and it's going to equal more college credit. We often get questions about Ivy League schools, and typically they don't offer credit for any courses. They will offer honors college standing, if anything. If a student wants to go to school in the state of Florida, Cambridge diploma would be a great route, or an IB diploma, because it does yield the Bright Futures if you're concerned about SAT or ACT. But those have been the conversations that we've been having. One's really not better than the other. It's just kind of like what best fits what you are wanting to do in post-secondary. And I think that's kind of like we talk with parents about researching schools. What school is your child interested in attending? What are they wanting? I could say Columbia University, if you're a computer science major, they want you to have taken AP psychology, not dual enrollment psychology, not Cambridge, not IB psychology. They want AP psychology. So it really just depends on what the school is looking for, and that's what we encourage families to do. I will say that they all yield college credit. Cambridge is a program that's actually existed since the late 1800s. It's actually what IB was built upon. So if we get actually a lot of students that come from other countries, and they'll bring their transcripts, and we're able to accommodate those students now as we weren't previously. So a lot of families that come here globally actually are like, oh, I'm very familiar with this. This is great that this is offered at the school. So they actually have a higher ed team in the United States, Cambridge does, where if a college is not willing to accept the credit, they work with the school to accept the credit. And we've had 100% success rate in doing that. But as the program grows, it's more known throughout the United States. But that's sort of our recommendation for now in terms of what your student is looking for after high school.
Okay. I appreciate that answer. I don't think that makes it easier for parents or students to decide what to choose. So I don't know what we can do about that, but it it just doesn't give a lot of guidance to parents and students, and it can just lead to, I think, more stressed out students and just more anxious because they're just not sure, am I making the right choice? Am I not making the right choice? I don't know. I don't know if there's an answer, but maybe we could just think about if there's, some kind of, database or spreadsheet or just information where it's kind of all in one place where they can see like the schools they're interested in, like what would be the better path for you to choose. I don't know. Also just going along with the communication piece, the AP tutoring in all high schools is also something that I just discovered this year, 3 years into high school. That's amazing. And I hope that, we can spread that and make sure parents and students know that that is available at every high school for every AP subject. I think that's really incredible that we offer that. So just would want to make sure that, all parents and students know about that. Something Member Gallo mentioned, I think, there was a lot there. Can we get information about the breakdown of passage rates by school, by high school? Can we get it by school?
We can provide pass rate data by school, demographic, broken down by demographic. That would take a little bit, but we could get that information. It just might take a little while to have that by demographic by pass rate.
Okay, so you're saying we already have it by school, so I could compare Evans pass rates to Edgewater pass rate. Okay, Winter Park. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I have heard concerns from some people who work in different schools, and they have shared that they feel like sometimes like a program in one school, maybe an IB program or whatever, is not really the same thing that's happening in another school, even though it's still IB. So I just want to make sure that that all the schools are kind of getting the same level of instruction, and maybe it's just sharing, best practices among different schools. Okay, and I think this is my last question. Somewhere I think I read that you have advanced studies in elementary school.
We do. We have 2 Cambridge elementary programs. What those programs essentially are is for the Cambridge diploma, there is a course called Global Perspectives. It's actually, at one point, Cambridge and AP were partners, and that's where Global Perspectives was part of AP Research and Seminar. So essentially now it's AP and Seminar and Research together into one course. At the elementary level, they do almost like their version of research. So they may look into like water usage and how many times do I, how long do I run the sink when I'm brushing my teeth, things like that they do at home, or they might explore different vegetables and where they're grown. So it kind of develops those inquiry skills at a young age. And then for middle school, it actually focuses again on Global Perspectives as a course by itself. And students can also research similar topics at the middle school level, and then it builds up to them taking the Global Perspectives course in high school.
Okay. I love anything that encourages research and just curiosity, and I just think that that's really important to start in elementary and middle school. Are we looking to expand those programs into more schools, or?
We haven't recently looked into any more elementary programs. Those programs do come at a cost. So that's part of what kind of inhibits them from going to more at the elementary level. At the middle and high school level, Cambridge provides us with almost like a voucher program where if we're spending a certain amount of money on exams, it covers the cost of the program's annual fee, so we don't have to pay any annual fees with the middle or high school programs.
Got it. Okay. And just a question, for that cost issue, is that true of AP as well?
No, AP does not have an annual fee.
Okay, they don't have a fee.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there are not any elementary programs for AP.
No, I know that. That just got me on a different rabbit hole. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Douglas.
Thank you so much for the presentation about APs and ACE, and we have great programs in OCPS. Thank you so much for doing that for our kids. Again, I want to talk about the communication piece. I think a lot of the parents do not know all these programs that we have. I really believe it, especially second language parents do not know the options that their kids have. They have very smart kids that absolutely do not know, some of them, about all that you have for them. And we need to really push that communication piece so all students are aware of what equity, that all of them know what they have on the table so they can make a choice. My second one is just like any statistics that we have in reading, math, and everything, I would like to know a little bit, those statistics, those numbers that you gave. How many of them are minority students? How do you determine? I just want to see a holistic image of all our students in numbers, different colors, different. I just want to see it, so we can see where we can make it better for one, to the other, make it a little bit more challenging for all of them. And I think it's very important to make sure that all our children are treated the same way and they have the same opportunity and they can go further. And the 59% or whatever, I really would like to see a better image of what they represent in each category in our minorities. I just would like to see a holistic portrait of the graduate. And our OCPS is composed to so many languages, and I would like to see that, if possible.
One thing that makes Cambridge a little more accessible to English language learners is there are different categories that students take 7 courses in 4 different subject groups. And one of the subject groups is languages. And it's more of language acquisition versus thinking what we typically think English language. So students can actually take, a couple of our schools offer Portuguese, they offer French, they offer Spanish. So they can actually meet that requirement for the diploma through their own native language, which helps a lot of students achieve those diplomas and gives them a little more access. So that's something that we do as well. As regard to the demographic data, we definitely have that data of what our enrollment looks like for those courses and who we're offering access to. And we review that data with principals to say, looking at your whole school, is there representation in these courses? Yes.
Demographic is great.
Mm-hmm.
Representation.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Because I know, as a teacher, there are a lot of those programs that I didn't know about. I'm telling you, I've been teaching 9 years in high school, and I know some of them are taking AP French and AP, but what does that mean? Is that all they need to graduate and to have, or is that a composition of 6 or 7, programs that they need to have in order to pass? Mm-hmm. Is that only that French AP that allow them to go further, or is that a whole? Do you know what I mean? Okay, because I heard you say that in order to pass the IB, I think you needed to take 6.
Yeah, so for Cambridge, you have to take 7 courses.
7 courses, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's different requirements for different diplomas.
Right.
IB has a number of requirements, coursework and community service, right, and an essay. So it's a little bit different. For AP, it's 4 exams you have to pass, and AP seminar and research, so 6. So it's different for every program if you are earning their diploma.
So you got my point.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Douglas. Superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things. So number one, we actually do have a more defined definition and pathway. It's not on the parent portal. And so I've been communicating with our chief academic officer, and they're going to move it. It's under advanced studies. And so it gives a delineation and much more information. I cannot access it on the phone, though. So that's another piece that we need to work out with our IT folks, because if you're a parent, you're probably going to be using your phone to access the information, and we can't through the parent. I can't. So I can't even access the other one. Second, during the town halls that I've been having with the students, this really has been like a big topic of conversation, college and career readiness. And so they've actually suggested that we put together a Canvas course for them. It's also something that can be provided to parents. We can translate it in at least the 6 major languages so that they can refer to it often. Many times they say that even though they have great counselors, it's difficult to get to them. So having this Canvas course that would have the various pathways, the courses, the continuum, the sequence. So that's something that's come out. And second, we do have the subgroup data and can give it to you. Some schools are doing better with some of our subgroups than others, but even within that, we saw increases in participation and pass rate for some of the subgroups. So we'll definitely get that information to you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. And thank you both, Dr. Hunt, Dr. Russo. This was such great information, very encouraging, and it was wonderful. And thank you for being so patient with us as you waited today. All right, we have one policy left, and we are going to go right through and get it done quickly, right, Mr. Palmerini? Or should I say right, board? It is. Yeah, it's usually not the presenter. It's policy BEDH, public input at school board meetings. I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our last policy for the evening deals with public comment. There's been a recent court case that is going to require the board to amend at least one portion of the policy, and I'll turn it over to our General Counsel, Mr. Palmerini, to give us further details on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm going to go through the red line first, and then I'll get to the PowerPoint, just so it's just easier that way. I think it'll flow better. What I've done is I've taken the pilot program that we instituted, I think it's going back close to a year, if not more now, and updated our policy to reflect it. So you'll see in many places where we had a public input period, we've changed it to open public comment. I'm not going to go through every place where I do that, obviously, so you're going to see that being changed over and over again. In subsection B here, the open public comment period shall start approximately 1 hour prior to the regularly scheduled board meeting. That's what we've been doing. It starts at 4. Our board meeting starts at 5, so just wanted to codify that. It says the schedule 1 hour prior to the regularly scheduled board meeting and conclude no later than 45 minutes after commencing. You all have put 45 minutes for public comment, so I'm just codifying that into the policy itself. Down to C. This is for folks who want to email in public comment. You all will get that the morning of the meeting. I think the cutoff is 5 o'clock the day before. So they can, the folks can email public comment at ocps.net by 5 p.m. prior to the regularly scheduled meeting, and you all will get the email public comments from those folks who do so. And then on D, the open public comment period only occurs during a pre-agenda meeting before a regularly scheduled board meeting. Of course, we don't do open public comment before any other meeting other than a regularly scheduled board meeting. And at the bottom, in the event there are no members of the public that wish to address the board during an open public comment period, the board may immediately conclude the open public comment period. So that just gives you all the authority, if there's nobody here, to say, okay, meeting adjourned. Agenda public comment, again, this is comment that occurs during our regularly scheduled board meetings. So this is just changing the name from the public comment period, which is what it was in the policy, to the agenda public comment. You'll see that repeatedly throughout the policy. C is the section where you all, as part of your pilot, allowed CTA, OSPA, and OCASA to have, along with the Superintendent Student Advisory Council, to be allotted 3 minutes each to report to the board on relevant topics, on public education within the district. Of course, we have the statement in there that says issues that have been or could be raised at the bargaining table as mandatory or permissive subjects of bargaining may not be addressed during the district association reports pursuant to 447-309. They shouldn't be bargaining directly with you all. It should be done at the bargaining table provision, and that comes from our pilot program. I've just put a note in there that the board will have to make the decision whether you all want to continue that or not continue that. This was a pilot program, so it's up to you all to decide whether or not to continue it or not. I've put it in here just for your discussion. A lot of times for speakers during the open public comment period, again, it's 45 minutes. We changed that to conform with the pilot program. In order to accommodate more speakers, the chair may reduce the amount of time for each speaker. So subsection B then goes into what we did during the pilot, which was, it used to be if we had between 1 and 20 speakers, they would get 3 minutes, and now we're switching that to 1 to 10 speakers. If we have 1 to 10 speakers, they'll get 3 minutes. If we have 11 to 20 speakers, they would get 2 minutes. As you remember, Tuesday night we had 13 speakers, so we cut them down to 2 minutes apiece. If we have 21 plus speakers, they would get 1 minute to speak. So, and then we have the priority categories again: parents, legal guardians, students and employees, priority 2, Orange County residents, priority 3, everybody else. Once again, that's just changing the name. We had a subsection E is we had a telephonic option during COVID. Obviously, we don't do that anymore, so I've eliminated that, or proposed eliminating that. Again, changing the name, open public comment. Going down here, it says the order of speakers will be based on the order of issuance and subsequent submittal of completed cards to the board clerk. We don't complete cards anymore with the board clerk. What we do is we have an electronic system. And under your policy, it says the superintendent is authorized to establish reasonable timeframes and procedures governing the sign-up process within the parameters of this policy. So we used to have blue cards and yellow cards. So the blue cards were, I'm going to flip this, I know I am. The blue cards were pre-agenda and the yellow cards were the regular agenda. I may have flipped that, but you all know what I mean. Now it's all done electronically, so any reference to filling out cards and speaking in the order in which you're received, that goes away. You're going to speak in the order, the priority order, which is parents, legal guardians, students, employees, Orange County residents, and then non-Orange County residents. Relevant topics. That's basically just making changes to the name to reflect what was in the pilot program. We had certain topics that were off limits during the pre-agenda, the open public comment period. What we added in was pending litigation. For as long as I can remember, when we had open public comment, I've always said, and it's part of the chair's remarks, that we do not allow discussions of pending litigation. I mean, and so that has been the longstanding practice. The pending litigation wasn't in the actual language of the policy. It needed to be added in there to conform to our practice, so we've added that in. And number 6 is the big change that is going to be made, and then I'll explain why. Board has adopted a code of civility which requires all participants to engage in meaningful but civil communications. Speakers addressing the board during open public comment or agenda public comment shall abide by the code of civility, and here's the language change, to the extent it does not conflict with the right of speakers to state his or her viewpoint consistent with current federal law. Now I'm going to the PowerPoint to explain why. So, the first slide here in policy BEDH, again, we incorporate the code of civility. This is the current language that was in the code. prohibited from using loud or offensive language, inappropriate gestures, profanity, or other language at the discretion of the board chair or designee is intended to bully, belittle, tease, demean another individual, or is otherwise abusive or obscene. Board chair or designee, in an effort to maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum in a meeting, may remove a speaker. So we incorporate the Code of Civility. The chair says in the meeting, first, we ask that you comply with our Code of Civility, which means the specific names of individuals or specific positions of individuals are not to be referenced. So that's also something we do. Hey, it's Mr. Smith, the third grade teacher at Maxey Elementary School. Just say it's my kid's elementary teacher. The Management Directive, B12, our Code of Civility. We shall share our opinions and concerns without loud and offensive language, gestures, or profanity. We treat each other as we would like to be treated. We don't threaten or cause physical bodily harm. We don't threaten or cause damage to the property of another's. We don't bully, belittle, or tease one another, and we don't allow others to do so in our presence. So, our general Code of Civility is, you're going to act appropriately and with decorum and not be offensive, not be profane, not be obscene, and that's what we expect from speakers. This is just the rest of the Code of Civility. It really doesn't have much to do with the policy at issue, but I wanted to include it just for completeness. So now the reason for the change. There's a case that just came out of the 11th Circuit, Moms for Liberty versus Brevard County School Board. The Moms for Liberty challenged the Brevard County School Board's policy regarding abusive speech, personally directed speech, and obscene speech. And in each instance, the court ruled that the Brevard County School Board's policy violated the First Amendment because it engaged in unconstitutional viewpoint discrimination. And so this is how it plays out. Here's what the court says. Under the First Amendment, you can't discriminate against somebody on the basis of their viewpoint. That is quintessential speech that's protected under the First Amendment, and you can't prohibit somebody from coming up there and making speech, and except in very, very limited circumstances. So, with respect to abusive speech, the court looked at a couple instances. One, when there's a challenge to the COVID-19 mask policy, and one of the speakers says the masking policy was a simple ploy to silence our opposition to this evil LGBTQ agenda. And the chair in that case said, prohibited the speaker from speaking further because she determined evil was, quote, abusive. And the court said the speaker hadn't screamed, yelled, or otherwise caused a disruption. And the chair also stopped the speaker for abusive name-calling when a speaker referenced the liberal left. The court said as follows: no one likes to be called evil, but it is not abusive to use that term. Restrictions that bar offensive or otherwise unwelcome speech are impermissible regardless of the form in which the government seeks to impose them. A prohibition on offensive or unacceptable, as the chair put it, speech may appear neutral. After all, it prohibits a speaker from saying anything offensive about another person or topic. And this next line is the one that is the most important coming out of the case. But giving offense is a viewpoint. And restrictions barring a viewpoint effectively requires happy talk, permitting a speaker to give positive or benign comments, but not negative or even challenging ones. And if the only ideas that can be communicated are views that everyone already finds acceptable, why have the school board meetings in the first place? State can't prevent both willing and unwilling listeners from hearing certain perspectives, because for every one person who finds these viewpoints offensive, there may be others who welcome them. So coming out of this case, if somebody refers to somebody as evil, we would have to allow it. And if somebody, and it's not just for you all sitting on the dais, for parents in the audience, for teachers at schools, for staff members at schools, we would have to permit it. So I'm going to go on a little bit further. I put this quote in here to be sure a different policy, one prohibiting viewpoint neutral characteristics of speech, for example, or explicitly or narrowly defining abusive could be constitutional, but here the ban on abusive speech is an undercover prohibition on offensive speech. Because the government may not burden the speech of others in order to tilt public debate in a preferred direction, the board's policy on abusive speech is facially unconstitutional. Facially means it's unconstitutional in any instance whatsoever. There is no actual way you could constitutionally apply the prohibition against abusive speech. So they ruled that the abusive speech prohibition was unconstitutional and could never be applied. Next is personally directed speech. So the issue in this case was it was sometimes inconsistently applied. So at some meetings, speakers were allowed to address board members by name and give them thanks and praise. Offering thanks, however, was not always a shield. One speaker was interrupted when she tried to thank a board member for positive impact on her daughter. And at another meeting, the chair cut off a Moms for Liberty member who tried to personally thank a board member. On yet another occasion, the chair said nothing when a local high school student addressed one board member by name while advocating for her theater group to rehearse in the school's indoor facilities. But when a Moms for Liberty member questioned how he, as a parent, could stand up for District 2 while having to watch a board member from the district behind a plastic prison, that was the plexiglass, the chair and another board member interrupted him for calling out one of the board members and informed him that he could not talk to or about his specific representative. The court then went on to say you have to allow speakers to reference an employee by name. And this is the most concerning one to me going forward. Not only does this policy against personally directed speech not advance the goals the board claims it serves, it actually obstructs the core purpose of the board's meetings, educating the community and the community about the community members' concerns. If a parent has a grievance about, say, a math teacher's teaching style, it would be challenging to adequately explain the problem without referring to that math teacher, or principal, or coach, and so on. Likewise, when a parent wishes to praise a teacher or administrator, such communications are at the heart of the school board's business, and the ill-defined and inconsistently enforced policy barring personally directed speech fundamentally impedes it without any coherent justification. To be sure, some meetings can be tense. No one enjoys being called out negatively, and some may even dislike public praise, but that is the price of admission under the First Amendment. So a parent can come up to the board now and say, I think Mrs. Smith, my third grade teacher at Maxey Elementary, is demeaning, belittling, abusive to my kid. And we would otherwise prohibit that and say, we're not calling out people individually in the meeting. We cannot do that now. We would have to allow that speech against that teacher, that administrator, anybody. If a parent or any member of the public wants to come up here and say beyond people on this dais that they're evil, incompetent, abusive, that speech has to be allowed. We cannot shut a speaker down from making it. Then there was finally the abusive or the obscene portion. So this dealt with members of the community coming to challenge books. And so they started to read out of the books. And as you can see in here, there was a speech about how a boy's pants were around his ankles and there was leg straddling. And then the door swung open and then one of the kids said an expletive. I've got it written there. I'm not going to say it. The chair interrupted quickly, interrupted the speaker when she got to the expletive. The court said, well, the word, though, while not polite, is also not obscene, nor the book's other content, no matter how objectionable it may be, as early childhood reading material. Moreover, the content of books in school libraries is a matter of serious community interest. It would be difficult, if not impossible, for speakers to adequately air their concerns about a particular book without informing both the board and the community about what the book says. Describing the content of a book is not as potent as reading its words, nor is it as informative. Now, we already had a statute that said if a book is subject to being challenged and somebody starts to read it and we cut them off, the book then has to be removed from the shelf. Now, if we do it, not only does the book have to be removed from the shelf, but if we cut off the speaker from speaking, it's a First Amendment violation under this case. We're going to have to let them read it. So That is why I modified the language as proposed here to say, shall abide by the code of civility to the extent it does not conflict with the right of a speaker to state his or her viewpoint consistent with current federal law. I am extremely concerned about what could come. I'm extremely concerned about folks being able to come up here, not necessarily calling me out, calling the superintendent out, calling any of you out, but calling employees out by name and saying very negative things about them in public. In the past, we would be able to have prohibited that. We will not be able to prohibit that going forward. So I had to give you this information so you all can make a decision. I think in order to comply with this case, the language that I've suggested, consistent with current federal law, will allow you to keep the public comment period while still complying with our responsibilities under the First Amendment as the court has interpreted it. And I think the rest of the changes in the policy actually are just changing the name consistent with our pilot program. So that is it for going through it. I will certainly open it for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Palmerini. I'm cued in first. On this same note, while we're here on this section, before I go back, what does this, or how does this play along with the law about not disrupting school board meetings? So if a speaker got up there and, let's just say somebody really wanted to stretch this and test it and just went crazy up there with their speech in such a way that the crowd started getting crazy and the whole thing is a mess. If the chair had to stop, could we still have that person removed based on the law that says it's a misdemeanor to disrupt a school board meeting?
So what I would suggest in that case is instead of stopping, we would at that point recess the meeting to, first of all, we would see if the crowd was starting to get riled up, if we had people standing, if we had people going towards the speaker. If something like that was starting to happen, I would suggest we recess immediately so we could get crowd control coming out of it. I would suggest to the chair who was running the meeting at that point that the speaker needed to be, admonished to the extent we can. So if they were calling them all sorts of vile names, like, you all can imagine what that would be. We would suggest that, look, there's a way to criticize whoever it is that you're criticizing without going to that extent of language. So I would ask you to refrain from making comments, profane, obscene comments, personally like that towards somebody. But ultimately, I don't think we would kick them out at the first instance of it. We would ask them to refrain from using those types of words. And then allow them to finish speaking. Now, if they continue to just, use that kind of language and incite the crowd again, at that point I would say, okay, you can remove the speaker. That could be a potential claim against us, but, there comes a point in time where you have the right to vindicate your right to run a meeting without that kind of disruption. Right. But it would be a much more careful analysis than what we have done in the past.
Gotcha. Thank you. The other note that I had is back at the beginning of the policy about the allowing of email public comments up until 5 p.m. the day before a regularly scheduled meeting. Is there a reason that we have to do that? Because I feel like really checking that email for public comment emails and sending them to board members is not a very laborious task. It could be done almost up to board time, but let's even say like 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Because a lot of people, especially if there's something controversial that has now gotten news coverage the night before the board meeting, which is typically when it happens, or the morning of the board meeting, we're going to get emails the day of a board meeting for public comment. So I don't love that 5 o'clock the day before for a deadline and then us not being able to see these emails if they come in to that mailbox.
So I think the rationale behind it was to get them early enough, then to get it to you all so you would have time to actually read it. So there was, if we did it at 2 or 3 in the afternoon, we could get it to you all, but you all may have set meetings with staff. You may not have time to read it. So I think that was the rationale behind it. Listen, whatever the board's pleasure is at what time they want to cut it off, that's the board's pleasure. They can make that change. But I think that was the rationale. Get it early enough so they can get it to you at 10 in the morning to give you time to read it before you came in here.
Gotcha. Okay. I understand that. Yeah, and then other than that, I just did checks on the different changes you made, meaning I don't have any problem with any of the other changes, other than the obvious. But just that time was the only thing I had a question on. The next to speak is Member Front.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I would like to just chime in on, so it's page 2, number 2B, where you asked what our thoughts were on continuing having the different associations and council reports. Personally, I've loved them. I think they've been super beneficial. I especially love hearing from the superintendent's advisory council students who come in, and the information that they share is pertinent and very, very helpful. I love hearing from the different associations. OCASA has been one that I really have enjoyed. I feel like we hear a lot about the other two, and OCASA coming in has really kind of helped me understand their role and what they do. So personally, I would like to continue that. On page 3 are the practice of not having any more cards, and we've gone completely to electronic. Huge applause to whoever made that happen. That is truly life-saving.
So Dr. Williams is shaking her head at me. Okay, sorry.
Well, either way, I'm very thankful. I know as a parent coming in, it was definitely frustrating to wait in lines, and it was during the COVID drama, and, dozens, if not hundreds of people that would come at times, and trying to wait in line and figuring that process out. So I think having it online creates a more friendly environment, and you just sign up nicely, and I feel like it's really worked well for us. And my other thoughts, the new federal law, I understand it could be a little frustrating. I think in some ways, I think we all know how I feel. I would rather that our public comment time be videoed, just because I feel like it should be available to the public. But at the same point, if people are going to be able to come in and maybe share their thoughts on a teacher that they are disgruntled with, and maybe that teacher is absolutely phenomenal, they're a fabulous teacher, and this person is just frustrated with them, and they come in and they say things that aren't true or whatnot. So in some ways, I guess it's a give some and take some on there. But I definitely agree with everything that the court said. I think it's as frustrating as it is. I've sat here, I think we all remember those days of just sitting here, and I was kind of the brunt of a lot of the speakers that would come in, and whether they said my name or not, just saying District 3, we all know who they were talking about. And so, some of those things you just got to sit and take it. And if it is for a teacher or whatnot, if you know that you're doing a great job, those words, kind of go over your head in some sense. So I think it will just be a matter of kind of getting used to and helping the chair or whoever is guiding the meeting to know how we're going to continue forward. My only last thought, I know it's not in here, but I know we had discussed at one point changing the arrangement for speakers during that open public comment time and to come to just a podium, like just a mic stand. And I don't know if that'll happen in the future or.
Superintendent.
Yes, our staff is working on the arrangement that will have barriers, and then they'll be able to speak similar to what we had done previously. So that's in the works.
Wonderful. Thank you, Member Farrat. Superintendent, I have you queued in to speak as well.
Yes, I am speaking for Dr. Williams. And while I'm sure we will use the technology for 99% of the time, she would, and I agree, if technology is down, then we will have to use cards. So I don't know if we need to, put anything in the policy or if we're fine.
No, because the policy itself says the superintendent is authorized to establish reasonable timeframes and procedures governing. So you could set a procedure that says in the event that the technology is failed. Yes.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Member Felder.
Some clarification on page 4. With pending litigation, student or employee discipline matters, speakers may not address the board on any issues or items pertaining to student or employee discipline or any other pending or ongoing investigation until all possible appeals have been exhausted and the matter is deemed concluded. To a certain extent, I do understand because sometimes discipline matters, we meet, we don't meet every week. We meet every 2 weeks or whatever, twice. And sometimes the situation sometimes changes. You get more information, and then the person is offered whatever is said, what is happening. You all get more information, and things change. However, I guess because of some situations that I've gotten some calls about, and we still, like Jose, they're working on some situations, but I'm sure other board members get calls and emails too, that sometimes things happen and the board, if we have to wait 2 weeks later, sometimes we don't get the information because we have a lot of stuff that we don't just deal with disciplinary problems, we deal with a lot of things on the board. And I don't know how, because I don't want people to get totally embarrassed and some of that stuff that's said or what they think. And sometimes when you do the research, it's not true, and everything. But then I don't know if, I'm just frustrated, I guess. I don't know whether or not how we can determine whether issue is immediate. Like, I know for a fact when we have situations where employees have done some egregious thing, like sex texting or something like that, this district, I tell people, I say, you have to do something really, 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 really bad for this district to just get rid of you. Because if you're on drugs, they have a plan for you to help you out. And, we do the same thing when we have kids. We don't just oust them out. We give them opportunity to get better, to rehab. I tell people, I say, this district does the same thing for employees. But however, sometimes things come up that seem immediate. Like if somebody, there's a ugly thing said to a student or an employee by another employee, and they have to wait 2 more weeks, or whenever to bring it to the board. Sometimes, I don't know, it just seems like they feel helpless. Like there have been people here, like there may be situations right here from people who work at the district. They may feel like they've been mistreated and they want to say something, but then they're afraid because of the time. And a lot of times if so much time is gone, we either not necessarily forgotten it, but it's so many other things that we're trying to deal with. And this is something that happened in October and we just get into it, in December, because you have to wait. Is there any way I have an issue with this because I've been in the last, since I've been on the board, like I got on the board 2020, like around 2022, people started telling me a lot of things that was happening and going on, and I tell them, come to the board, if you want to express, share with the board. You have a 4 to 4:30 time to express yourself. And then some of the stuff has been, they couldn't do it because, again, it's pending and we can't hear it. And a lot of times I think if some of the stuff some of the stuff that people want to tell us is, it's clear that what you're telling us, you were in the wrong. You were clearly in the wrong, and it may do you better justice to go on through the litigation period, because maybe if we don't hear it, we don't have to give you a verdict, because once we get a verdict, that's it. But then again, I think sometimes we just are not aware of how people are treated, and we don't know that they are being mistreated. And sometimes when you wait a while, you don't get the information, and it's skewed. So I guess what I'm saying, maybe I should just wait and see. But I just want to go on record that I have an issue, Board Member Feld has an issue, page 4, with the pending litigation about student or employee discipline matters, because just this week, someone I didn't really knew me. They kind of shared some things with me. I said, well, do you want to come to the board and share your concerns? No, I'm just, because I talked about it 2 years ago and nobody did anything about it, so I'm just, going to resign. And I was like, I felt bad for them. So I don't really know, John, because I'm on both sides. I feel like we don't need to be plastered with a lot of that stuff, because we have other things we have to be concerned with. But at the same time, I do want to be sensitive to what people are feeling, and I don't want them to feel like, well, nobody's going to do anything about it, I'm just going to resign, or I'm just going to leave. And that has happened. People leave for whatever reasons, they leave. But I just want you to know that I do have some issues, and I guess I think that a lot of things we don't know as a board. And I think some of the things, if we were told, we would be aghast. We would. We'd go, what? What? But by the time they go through all of that, the litigation and all of that, it's fixed, and we don't, not necessarily fixed, but a decision has been made. And then why tell the board? The decision has been made. So I don't know whether there's some way we can kind of look at what's necessary to tell us before litigation, or whether we should still go with this, because there are some things happening, and it's not in people's imagination. It's happening. And Maria our superintendent, Adiba has a lot to deal with as a superintendent. A lot of stuff come through, because I talked to her the other day, and she was like, the day is finally over us. So a lot of things were coming at her. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't know. I just have some concerns, and maybe I have not been involved long enough to hear other complaints from people, who talk about they feel like they're being mistreated, and the board never knows about it. Because I say, if you got an issue, why don't you, share with the board? And then they're not able to. And then I guess you guys do the best you can to let us all know what's going on with schools. I think that none of us should ever be in the dark about any school. It doesn't have to be our school. Because if something comes up where we have to vote on a hiring or somebody or a dismissal, we got to be in on it. So you might as well tell us everything. So I just want you to know I just have an issue with that. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know what we can do, but I don't know.
So
Thank you.
May I say a couple things on that?
Yeah.
Sure.
So employee and student discipline matters are especially hard, and there's a process that we have, a due process that we have for both of those. And there are times when allegations are made against folks, students or employees, and they have a right to hear the evidence against them. They have the right to contest the evidence against them, offer their own statements, offer their own evidence. And a lot of times, a great number of times, these situations resolve themselves satisfactorily just by going through that process. And so if folks can come in here at the beginning of the process and come to you all without going through it, it may short circuit that process, because there have been times when folks have come up here and said to this board, whatever their situation was, and the board members will say, you know what, that's absolutely horrible that that's happened to you. I'm very sorry. And that may or may not have been true. But now what staff hears is the board member saying, that's absolutely horrible that's happened to you, and we're really sorry. So now the staff member who has to investigate that is in a situation like, oh, is the board saying that what our investigation isn't true? That's why we don't have these things. We let the investigatory process play out, because we do have due process for our employees and we do have due process for our students, and we allow that process to go through. And let's say that process goes through and the employee's still not happy or the student's still not happy. They have the right to appeal it. It can either be, if it's a student discipline case, it's an expulsion, it's coming to you all to decide, and you all will have the final decision, right? And if it's, you know, an employee decision, if it's a termination, it's coming to you all for a decision. So there is avenues to get to you all eventually. But I would say, if you all make statements during the pendency of it too, depending on what the statements are, it could be a situation where, like, I think that diva's guilty, right? And if you say that, then without having all the evidence, the employee or the student's representative can get up and say, Member Felder, I think you've prejudged this case. I'd like you to recuse yourself, and you would have to do it. So having these things go through the process eliminates the vast majority of these cases, and most of the time it resolves. Everybody may not be perfectly happy, but it comes to a resolution that's acceptable to everybody. And on the few cases that don't, you all will get to have your say. But if you say it early without having all the evidence, it could cause issues.
And I appreciate you, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate you responding to me as honestly, you know, as you can about the situation, because I told you on the onset that I'm kind of on the fence about it, because I remember a situation when I first got on the board, a student at one of the high schools out east. They did some stuff that was really, really bad, and we tried to get them. They never made a statement. They refused to make a statement, but then it was football season, and the mother wanted to come in for us, and we said, well, why didn't you make a statement? I remember saying to the student, when I approached him, I said, baby, hold your head up, tell us, let us hear. But see, that they refused to make a statement, so say what happened, you know? So I guess it's maybe sort of like a catch-22. And sometimes people are not honest as adults. Some of us are not honest, you know, for whatever reason that we're not. So again, I appreciate you responding to me, and I still want you to know that I still have issues, but I do totally understand if you don't sometimes let the case finish out. People do lie, because I had people, I found out some things and they would lie. And I remember Bridget said to one of the people, why you lied to the board member? Why you didn't tell the whole truth? Now, I asked me, why you didn't tell me the whole truth? Well, I didn't think it really mattered. I say, but you put me out on a limb like that. So I understand. I just want to talk about that. I still got issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Felder. I think the superintendent, did you have something to say on this as well?
I do. And Board Member Felder, I appreciate you being concerned about the amount of what comes on me, but I do want to remind the board that before something is publicly aired, I'm supposed to be made aware of it. So now this is the second time where there's been an allegation that something has happened. One was done Tuesday, and now another one today, that I was not made aware of it. And On Tuesday, and just now, you stated that you were made aware of somebody came to you and spoke to you that they were treated inappropriately. So I really am urging the board that if there's a concern, that you remember that it's supposed to come to me before it's aired publicly. So I have the opportunity to address it. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first things, kind of in regards to this, this will not be helpful at all, but I'm throwing it out there anyways. In Seminole County, the board members attend every disciplinary hearing. We don't do that in Orange County. I'm not saying, it's a smaller county. I mean, we could do it by district if we wanted, just food for thought. I want to backtrack on, just because I zoned out for a minute. Are we not doing cards at all? Like if someone comes and they didn't sign up previously, can they sign up on the computer here, or are they just out of luck?
Yes. No, they sign up on the computer here.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure I heard that correctly because the wires got crossed. I want to discuss briefly about something that's not in this policy that I think as a board we should discuss. Not all the time, but there have been times when during pre-agenda we have speakers, there's time left over so the board will take up maybe some of the issues that we heard during pre-agenda, and this leads to us delaying our board meeting. It's happening a little bit more frequently now, and so I think that this might be a good policy to put it in, but I really believe that if we state that our board meeting is going to start at 5, our board meeting should start at 5. And if as a board, we would like to discuss it in older times, we would bring it up at the end of our meeting during our thought conversation, and we would say, a speaker said this, and I would like to respond to it or reply or do that. And I think that that's a better forum, because starting the meeting at 5:30, 5:05, 5:15, I think is disrespectful to the public. It's disrespectful to those in the audience. It's disrespectful to those who are waiting to come in to be recognized. And it's disrespectful to our staff. And it is nobody's fault. I've contributed to it. I've been the reason why we've been late before. I've felt like I needed to share something, which is why I'm suggesting maybe we need to put something in policy that says 4:45, that's it. No more comment, no more board comment. If the board would like to respond, then they can respond at the end of the regularly scheduled meeting during their time.
Mr. Palmerini.
So I've switched to section 1B. What it says is as follows. The open public comment period shall begin approximately 1 hour prior to the regularly scheduled board meeting and include no later than 45 minutes after commencing, unless otherwise extended by a vote of the board, provided that the extended period of time concludes prior to the beginning of the regularly scheduled board meeting.
So in other words, Mr. Palmerini's saying it's already in there. We're not following our policy.
Can I ask that the next time that we're not following our policy, that as our general counsel, you push your button and say, excuse me, Madam Chair, but our policy dictates this, and we've got to, no more discussion can happen. We've got to immediately go into our board meeting.
Sure.
I will be more than happy to do so. You all know that I don't hesitate to speak up when I see that there's an issue coming down the pike, but I also want to be respectful to you all in your discussions. So that's why I have not done that in the past. If the board desires me to do so, I will most certainly remind the board that this policy says that we have to conclude prior to the start of our regularly scheduled board meeting. I have no issue doing that.
And again, I'm not, because I have been part of the problem. I'm going to freely admit that I'm the one who clicks my button, and our chair is very gracious, and she will allow us to speak because she's a big believer that all board members should be heard. So even I need that reminder at times, and I know. And so that's why I'm just saying, since we do have it in policy, maybe just a gentle, at 4:45, a gentle reminder that if anybody would like a quick break before the 5 o'clock session, we have to end right now. Otherwise, we're going straight into that 5 o'clock. We're not taking a break
if we continue a conversation and it's 5 o'clock and we need to start the board meeting, we're going to go straight into it.
So I will make it as a matter of what I do. I will look and see when it's 4:45, and then I will remind the board, members of the board, that this period is supposed to end no later than 45 minutes after it commences, and you all have to, I believe it says, unless otherwise extended by a vote of the board. So I will have to remind you all that a vote of the board is required to go beyond 4:45.
So that would require a motion and a second and then a vote, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What, I'm not done. So the next thing I agree about continuing what Member Front said on number 2, section B, that we continue having those meetings. I find them to be very informative. On the top of page 4, I have one question. I know that the amendment writes, and I don't agree with it. I used to be a supporter of broadcasting our pre-agenda. I'm now not. And now I'm really not, if they can mention names. We're all fair game. I ran for office. Our teachers and our administrators are under a lot of stress. So for people to be able to come up here and vent about one of our employees, whether it's true or not, is disparaging. Like that's defamation. And I don't know how we can I don't know how First Amendment trumps defamation rights.
So there is in the law privileges for folks who testify in public hearings. That they don't, there's the principle of they have the right to petition the government for redress of their grievances, and they should be able to do that. And a lot of times they get a privilege in the claim of defamation because they're doing it in a public forum in the place where they're supposed to be doing it. Now, there are some times when it's so egregious that it clicks over and maybe the privilege goes away or it gets waived. But they get wide latitude, just like you all get wide latitude. You all have an absolute privilege from what you say up at the dais on a claim from defamation. So you all get wide latitude, but people coming in to redress their grievances directly to the government get wide latitude as well.
Thank you for that, Mr. Pomerini. What about students? Will they be allowed to mention students' names? If a parent comes up and another student's bullying their student, will they be able to come up and say, I go to ABC Elementary and little Johnny has been pushing Sally around and hurting her. What are you going to do about it?
I fear that if we were to prohibit it, we could be potentially in liability.
So what about pending litigation or discipline matters? I mean, doesn't it throw all this stuff out?
So, no, that doesn't do that. You cannot engage in viewpoint discrimination under the law, but what you can do is say there are certain topics and content that are off limits in a particular forum. You all have the right to set up what kinds of speech, or what categories of speech you're entitled to hear. What you can't do is say, I'm going to allow you to talk about, topic X, but I can't let you offend somebody. But I can say, pending litigation and pending employee discipline matters, those entire topics, regardless of whether you're for or against something, are off limits. So we get to set the forum, but once we open the forum, we can't prohibit somebody's viewpoint.
So somebody can get up to the microphone and just start throwing down F-bombs and there's nothing we can do about it.
I think if it's F-bombs, I think a gentle reminder that this is a public forum and that it probably would be better if we could say things more civilly would be appropriate. But if they continue to drop the F-bomb, we probably would have an issue if we prevented it. Now, if they started calling you the B word, the C word, all of those types of things, I think that's probably the place where you could say, you know what?
It's harassment.
That's enough. You don't have a right. You have the right to give offense, but that's too far. That would be the place where I would say, let's draw the line.
Okay, so thank you for that. At the top of page 4 under relevant topics, under A, it says, except as otherwise indicated in this policy, speakers may only address the board on topics that are related to work of the board. If they come up here
and they start discussing employee relations or an employee problem, can't we say, I'm so sorry, that's not the work of the board, that falls under operation, falls under the superintendent, that's, what's the word that you use, not germane to the topic at hand, or you're out of order?
So ultimately, the work of the board also includes overseeing the performance of the superintendent. And so
She's operations.
I don't disagree with that. If you look at the Brevard County case and what they said, which is, if you want to come in and criticize the math teacher, you can do that, right? That is operational, quintessentially. But they said the board has to listen to that. And so I would be very leery. I understand the distinction you're trying to draw. I don't think the court would buy that distinction.
But we'd have to get sued first, right?
We would have to get, why thank you for giving me extra work. I appreciate that. Yes, we would have to get sued.
Well, my point is I'm wondering, and I think I know the answer is going to be no, if we could add a little bit more teeth to the relevant topics to preclude people from really speaking harshly of our employees or our students. I think as a board, it's paramount that we protect their privacy and their rights, and I'm extremely concerned with the burden and the harm that could cause our teachers are under so much right now. To have somebody come up and then hear it from everybody else, oh, so-and-so was at the mic and saying this and this is about you, is so unfair. And so, I mean, if there's anything we could do to give this teeth to stop that from happening, we don't want to get sued, but I'd rather stand up for the rights of our employees and their privacy and take that shot versus have them decimated at a podium because some disgruntled person, or it could even be somebody that's not even in this community. They can attack us all they want. I don't care. Bring it on. I elected to do this. But our employees at the end of the day are just trying to teach kids. They're doing the best that they can. Their pay stinks. There's a lot of pressure on them. And then for them to be in that kind of limelight when they didn't ask for it, I believe is unfair. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gallo.
So can we do that? Can you legally look and see if there's anything we can do with that?
I will.
I do too.
I will look and see what kind of language I could craft. There's always another option. Eliminate the period altogether.
You know this board's not going to do that.
Well, maybe
Well, we might if
you,
you start doing that.
you asked what options there are,
Yeah.
and that is an option. I will look to see if there are other options. The problem is that case was so broadly decided that in theory you can write language that would potentially pass constitutional muster, but in practice I don't know how to do it.
But it is from a lawsuit. And I know that in a court of law, it would be like the case versus Brevard County Schools, blah, blah, blah. But it's not in statute. We wouldn't be breaking the law. We could just, if someone disagreed with what we're doing, they could sue us. But I'm just wondering if we could put language in here that we could say, well, our interpretation is this doesn't come under the purview of the board. The superintendent, yes, reports to the board, but operationally, she gets to make her own decisions, and unless an employee comes and gets terminated and finds fault with that, we never hear about it. We approve the hires, but we don't, that's more of a like administrative deed that we do versus really have an input on what happens, and nor should we have input on who the superintendent hires. There's a reason why there's the governing body and the operational body. And so I'm just thinking that if we could say, hey, I'm sorry, that is not within the purview of the board, then we can kind of stop them from harming, our employees, our students. Again, it does not and should not pertain to us,
Right.
but it should pertain to our employees.
So I'm thinking, this is just on the fly and I'm going to look at it. So in C, where you have the various things that you don't discuss, I could do something to the effect of criticisms of employees that have not been raised with administration in the first instance. That could be a category, because I would be leery of banning it altogether. But I think if you say you have to raise it with the administrator and go through the administrative process first and go through the superintendent and her staff first and get that fully resolved one way or the other before you come here, that's going to stop 99.9% of your issues. We can attempt to do that. Obviously I can't guarantee if somebody were to sue us over it, what a court would do with it, but I think that would put a guardrail in place first to maybe prevent most of these things from getting to you where a teacher's getting criticized. That may be some language I can add. And the superintendent's looking at me like.
Superintendent?
I really like that where Board Member Gallo is taking us, and I'm just wondering if it was Brevard, right, the case, if Brevard had anything in policy similar to this that didn't cover them versus that statement in our policy that would. And I am in 100% agreement. They can attack, they can say whatever they want about us. But first of all, when they're coming and they're making those statements about our staff, we don't know that it's true.
Right.
And I am not a fan of broadcasting because if they say something, we may not have the information at the table to be able to say you're right or you're wrong. But that's already out there, and there's no guarantee that when we do find out the correct answer, they're going to be listening to it. So I would want us to take a look if Brevard had that in their policy and if this has the potential to cover us, because I think we're not violating our policy and we're letting them speak just to only topics that are related to the work of the board.
I will attempt to craft something as best I can. Remember, what Brevard had is you couldn't have any personally directed speech, and the court said that was unconstitutional. So, I think if maybe they didn't foreclose the entire field on that, we can try it. I can try to craft language and bring it back.
Thank you, Mr. Palmerini. Member Vanos.
Thank you. That's actually what I was going to suggest, was just to put the employees under, the pending litigation, just make OCPS employees under that. I do wonder, when you said the language criticism, I feel like maybe you'd have to say anything, any comment on an OCPS employee.
Yes, no,
So
I
it's
was
not
thinking
just-
on the fly.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, I was going to suggest the same thing. And I guess I also want to clarify too, if someone were to come up and say, math teacher is stealing candy from children on Saturdays, is that allowed, or does it have to be related to what we're doing on this, or, is it related to what he does in the classroom, or can they say anything about an OCPS employee?
Well, I think their privilege to petition the government to redress grievances would have to be with respect to the work that is done for the government that you all could potentially have the ability to remedy when they come up here. If he's out there stealing candy from children on Saturdays, that may be criminal activity, but that's not anything that we would deal with in the first instance. We may deal with the arrest fallout from an employment standard or standpoint after that, but yeah, math teacher goes out on Saturday night and does
XYZ and posts it on their
XYZ.
social media.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just important that we know that, so that if a speaker starts to go down that lane, we know that, okay, that is actually not allowed, that they can't just say anything about anyone.
So what I would anticipate is, as this is going on, I will be the first line of defense to chime in to say, hey, I think this is going beyond the parameters that they're allowed to address.
Okay.
So I have a pretty keen ear when it comes to that, and I'm very attuned to what these standards are. So if I think it's getting to that point, it would probably be my job to address in the first instance. So, Madam Chair, we stop here and then speak through the issue and do it that way.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that this lawsuit didn't change that. Also wanted to say that I do agree with continuing the CTA, OCASA, and OSPA comments. And then the other issue is just to the extent something comes up, I mean, maybe we can kind of exclude the employee conversations, but if something were to come up and a speaker's talking about something that we need to rebut because it's not true, I think the superintendent makes a really good point that we're just not going to capture the same audience. But I think we should think about we have to do something. So like what would be the best way to respond when someone comes up and just, has their First Amendment right to say whatever, but it's misrepresentations, it's untruths, it's things that aren't happening, it's not in the district. What is the best way for us to respond? I think we just need to think about that and be prepared because it's going to happen.
In the past, what we've done is folks have said stuff at pre-agenda. It's clearly not true. Staff will gather the information. Superintendent or board member during the regular meeting, we've done it at the end of the meeting, say, earlier today we heard people make XYZ statement. That's not true. It happened Tuesday night when we had a speaker get up here and say, I know for a fact ICE has been in two different schools, and the superintendent immediately corrected it. So, I think we have in the past done things to correct blatant misrepresentations, and I think we'll be prepared to do it in the future. It just depends on how long it's gone and what instance it happens. So.
Okay. And then one other with member, sorry, I'm barely making it still, with member Gallo's comment about the board responding during the public comment period. Mm-hmm. I would suggest that it's not just that we don't allow it to go to 4:45, but that we don't even start, because what happened in a previous meeting was some people had time to respond right after, and then other people had to go through the whole board meeting, and then they were responding, and then it wasn't clear that some people, you know what I mean? It wasn't a cohesive conversation. So I really think we should try hard to not say anything, even if we have time.
So there's one of two ways to do that. One, I can put in formal language. Two, you all can police yourselves. Now, I will leave that.
We are not good at that.
So
We're passionate. Yeah, we are.
Listen, I am trying to be extremely deferential to you all and what you all want to do. So I'm making suggestions. So I can bring language back that says any response to speakers we'll wait until board member comments at the end of the board meeting. Now, there will be times when, for example, the person says ICE wasn't here,
right.
And if you all are saying, if it's in policy that you all don't respond, then that sits there for a room full of people and it doesn't get rebutted. So there's pluses and minuses there.
Well, maybe we could allow the superintendent to respond because she's more responsible. Yeah. So if she needs to correct something, she could respond in that moment. But I feel like because what happens is it's different. I think when one board member chimes in, then other people feel like they need to as well. But if the superintendent can correct something that is clearly inaccurate, I think that is different.
All right, I will craft language to reflect that, if that's the will of all of you sitting up there.
Yes. Superintendent.
And thank you, Madam Chair. What we used to do is they would speak, and they've come here, and if they have a concern, I think we need to at least try and have staff respond to them. So what we used to do, board did not comment. You just go through, and then at the end, the chair, would recognize the superintendent, and, we would say and staff, when someone's up there, I'm already texting to say, please make sure you talk to that speaker. So I can actually say, we have staff that is prepared to meet with you right after the pre-agenda. And that way they at least have someone that they've contacted with. And I think the other piece in it, I don't know if it needs to be in policy, but I think it's something we need to do in practice for sure, is that we provide a response to the board about any action that's taken based on the people who have come, right? Yeah. So if it's, if the parent that has had issues with the IEP not being followed, then we can give you an initial response. We had the school leader, principal leader, meet with the parent. They're going to schedule a meeting, and at least what has been done with any person that's come to speak that had a concern. So we can do that. And I don't know if it needs to be in policy, but I think that's something we can definitely do to at least assure the board that someone has made an attempt to address the issues and concern from the.
I think that's a practice, Madam Superintendent.
And then just one more piece, just because this lawsuit is relevant to what we're talking about today. I, for one, wanted to say that there is some language in this lawsuit that I personally, in this Moms for Liberty lawsuit, that I personally appreciate. So I just wanted to read 2 sentences. One is, indeed, it is firmly settled under our Constitution that the public expression of ideas may not be prohibited merely because the ideas are themselves offensive to some of their hearers. And then it goes on to say, the government is ill-equipped in any event to decide what is or is not offensive. That's it.
That's a good place. The only thing I was just going to add, I had buzzed in, was, is it possible for us to just, in one of our categories that we will not allow, is the names or names of minors? Can we prohibit that at least?
I'm going to try to craft language for anything having to do with specific employees or students.
Thank you.
And we will hope that it stands, and we'll fight it if we get challenged, and we'll see where it goes.
Okay. And I'm going to let Member Felder close this out so we can go home.
All right. Yes. I just have a concern. Sometimes, even if a complaint has been made, not all people in charge are going to be honest. I know that from my own personal experience before I got on this board. Sometimes administrators or whoever the persons that be, they're not honest in what they say. So in the event, I do have concerns about calling people's names and attacking teachers and all that. I'm really not with that at all. But sometimes when parents come and employees come, when they try to, when you said that before they can come to us, they go through administration. I'm hoping that we have a vetting process in place, or we know, in fact, that the administrator is going to treat them fairly. Sometimes they don't. And so in that event, if the administrator, no, that didn't happen, this didn't happen, and then they are not able to come, and then later on down the line when we get a lawsuit, because a lawsuit may come out, we realize that if they had been allowed to say what it really happened, then as a board and a superintendent, we could look at and realize that the administrator or whoever the persons, the powers that be, that were in control, they were wrong. Sometimes it happens, not all the time. Sometimes there are lies, and we find out later on that the person who was accusatory, that they were not telling the truth. And that's why this policy may be good, because sometimes they do lie, but sometimes they're not lying. They're not lying. And so I'm just hoping that when we revamp, we look at this wording, and that we deal with both sides of the question, because everybody's not truthful. We give everybody the benefit of the doubt that you're going to do the right thing. That's the best way to see people in a good light. But sometimes they are not in a good light. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Member Felder. I believe that concludes all of our business today. We got through all 3 items,
Free
and it
at
only
last,
took us
free at last.
a ton of hours. But this was a lot of work this week. Thank you, Mr. Palmerini, for all your work. Have a good night, everyone.